Welcome back to that one random podcast. I'm Cypher.
I'm Treble.
Bruv, it's been a while.
Been a while, yeah, but we're back.
We're back. All right, so today's topic. Yeah, we're going to kind of like analyze an interview with an exorcist. Okay. I've had these clips for a while. There's about a good 11 clips. Some of them are short, some of them are long. Mm-hmm. But he touches on a lot of things as well regarding today's society, life, death, all that sort of stuff. And I thought it'd be interesting. This was conducted by, what's his name, Sean Ryan. So it's a massive podcast. We will not put his picture on the thumbnail because naturally Joe Rogan last time blocked us when we did that with him.
YouTube, innit?
But my mate said, like, go check that one out on Rumble, our very first episode. My mate says that's his favourite episode so far. He goes, that was crazy. Like,
yeah,
out there.
That was a good talk.
It was a good talk though as well. All right. But basically this priest's name is, or this exorcist, is Father Dan Rehill, a Catholic priest who transitioned from a successful Wall Street career to priesthood after 9/11. So he's been, what was that? I don't know how many years.
24 years. So what was it before?
He was he basically worked in Wall Street. I don't know.
Wall Street.
I don't know what the ins and outs of it was. I just took it from the description of the podcast. But now he's a priest. He then becomes a Catholic priest. Mm-hmm. And he's now a trained exorcist. And he talks about, obviously, possession, what to look out for. I thought it was quite interesting because we just believe what we see in the movies, right?
Don't know, man. I've seen some crazy shit as well.
This is going to be good then. Yeah. Then you can actually give some insight, yeah? So I thought, let's start with the first clip, which is a short clip. And he's talking about confession. Okay. Right, or I guess in the power of confession and stuff like that. So I'm going to play that clip first. It's a short clip. I'm interested to find out your opinion, being that you were born into the Catholic Christian.
Raised Catholic.
So I'm interested to hear your thoughts about confession a little bit and what it meant to you as well. Yeah, cool.
All right, let's do it.
Witnessed by Adam and Eve, who dragged us all into this with them. So through the priest, we're actually getting absolved by God, but also there's coming an absolution of sorts, you could say, or a forgiveness that's also coming from humanity in the person of the priest.
Okay.
You know, in the first centuries, after the churches started being built, confessions were public.
They were public.
You had to go stand on the steps of the church and confess your sins to the priest in front of the whole community, and then he absolved you. I mean, a lot harder, clearly.
Wow.
Just think about that. There's people that would say, I'm just not going to confession.
Yeah.
Because I don't want the people knowing I did this. You know? But so it really isn't as bad as people make it out to be. It's a simple thing. It's for your own benefit. And I, as the beneficiary of this sacrament as well, I was away 22 years. And when I went to that confession and he absolved me of 22 years of really deep-seated, horrible, salty sins, I felt like a new person. Like, I can't even describe how much you're just like, wow, like that's a real thing. It's not just a formula with the matter and form. Like, I am new. And a lot of people you see out there, including in the media, when you have mortal sin on your soul, it's literally a blockage to God's grace. And you can't really see truth for what it is. And this is, I believe, why there's such an attack on truth right now. Is because I think a lot of these people believe what they're saying, but it's so twisted and distorted that a lot of us just look and go, how can you think you can assign your own gender?
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't even make sense.
Yeah.
But they really, when you listen to them, I think they really believe it. And that's like when Paul's speaking to the Galatians. This is what my opinion is. And he says, oh, stupid Galatians, who has bewitched you? What has happened to you? Like, I feel like we could say that about America right now. Oh, stupid Americans, who's bewitched you? What's going on here?
Yeah.
Like, wake up.
Yeah. I'm with you on that. I am 100% with you.
So, what did you take from that?
Yeah, look, I mean, confession, I do believe has a truth to it. I think it's, it's like therapy almost. People go to spend hundreds and hundreds a week going to a therapist to open up and relieve some of their sins, for lack of a better word. And the Catholic Church was kind of showing that as well. Like, you can come to this church and speak to the Father. He's going to keep your sin secret between you and God. And in a way, when you release that, it kind of frees you up as well. And especially when they add in that spiritual side, that God forgives. It's powerful. But I also do believe that you don't need a medium in the form of a priest. You can speak to God directly.
Yeah.
And the church kind of brought the priesthood into it as a form of control in a way, because originally you can just speak to God yourself. You have that divine connection with God. You don't need another human wearing a robe to tell you that he's going to channel God for you. But I do see that it can help people. And, as he mentioned back in the day, you'd have to go in front of the whole church, and then they made it more smaller, but it does help a lot of people. So I don't see a problem with it, but I don't think it's also necessary to do it via the church.
No. So you think you could just sit there and talk to God? I agree with what you're saying. Like, you could just sit there and confess your sins to God directly.
Yeah.
And ask for forgiveness, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. What did you feel about what he was talking about in terms of the bewitchment? Like the verse he just gave there as well. And then he's talking about Americans and how Americans are
it's
being bewitched into believing that they can assign their own genders and all that sort of stuff. All the crazy stuff we've already been talking about.
Yeah, we talk about this all the time though, isn't it? It is a bit crazy. I think it's a lack of common sense almost as well. I saw a video where you could get, they were in like an African village. Yeah. And they said, what is a woman?
I've seen that one. And they go, can a boy be a man, be a woman?
Yeah.
And then he's like, huh? It's like, well, what are you on about? Man could be a woman. And then like that changed. They start laughing, didn't they?
Start laughing.
They thought, that's ridiculous.
Like, how do you know if it's a boy or a girl? It's like, does it have a penis or not when it comes out of the... And then it goes like, what if they want to change? Like, they get slapped off.
They were laughing, man. They were laughing hard.
It's not within the natural laws. I get like, look, people can be what they want, and there's this freedom. If you want to be a cat and crawl around the house, do it.
Yeah.
But this idea that should be the normal thing taught in schools and taught in motherhood care homes and stuff. Yeah, it is bewitchment.
Oh, shit. Okay, all right. Let's move on to the next clip, right? The next clip he talks about, Sean Ryan asked him about psychedelics. And I know you know a little bit of something about those.
Yeah.
So
let's hear that.
Let's hear that clip, yeah?
When we're talking about Adam and Eve and the forbidden fruit, let me give you some more context. I have found a tremendous amount of healing from psychedelics, and very controversial subject within Christianity, Catholicism, probably anybody who has some type of a religious background. And I have really good friends of mine that advise against it. I have really good friends of mine that are 100% in on it. I've had nothing bad come to me from it.
Praise God.
I've quit drinking 100% clean from alcohol for over 2.5 years now, going on 3, and a whole slew of other things. But I'm interested. I've heard that the forbidden fruit may have been psychedelics. Is there any validity to that?
Never heard that, and there's no mention anywhere of what the fruit was. So
okay,
that's somebody's conjecture and idea.
Okay, do you feel that a lot of people also say that psychedelics will open you up to a spiritual realm where demons can it kind of like opens you up where demons can get in if you're not careful? What I'm just curious, do you have any thoughts on that, or is that a
well,
topic of
I know
discussion?
drugs in general are a big open door for spirits, bad spirits. One of my worst cases of possession was a Catholic guy, young guy, maybe 25-ish, up in Nashville. He's out drinking, the bars are closing, and he says to his buddies, let's go get some drugs. And the guy goes, oh, I know a place. So they go to this house in a neighborhood at like 2 a.m. Think about this. You're knocking on somebody's door at 2 a.m. Like, you got to be thinking, this is a little crazy. Who does that? And they open the door, they come in, and it's lit by candle, and there's upside down crucifixes and pentagrams around on the walls. And I said to this young man, when I'm interviewing, I go, like, what happened to your spidey senses? Like, nothing went off when you saw this stuff? He's like, I just wanted the drugs. So he gets some, I think it was crack. As soon as he smoked it, he felt the demon enter him. And it was the beginning of about a 6-month ordeal to get it out. And he knows it happened from the drug because the drug probably had a curse on it to attach demons to it. So if you're buying, would have said years ago, if you're buying stuff off the street, you don't know what you're getting, truly, both in the natural and supernatural. But I would add today, some of these pharmaceutical stuff, the same thing.
Yeah.
You don't know what you're getting.
I mean, I don't know though. Is it really considered a drug? I mean, because America's put that stipulation on it, or is it a medicine that comes from nature? And so if it is a medicine that comes from nature that people are finding healing from, I don't understand that is from God. Correct. I mean, there's no additives, there's no chemicals, there's none of that's being injected in it. It is simply, was it the Reagan administration? I think it was the Reagan administration, maybe that kind of, maybe Nixon. I'm off on this, but a president basically, there was, because of the hippie movement and the abuse.
It was Reagan.
They scheduled it as some type of a drug or narcotic, but I mean, coming out with all the research, I'm going too heavy into this. It's helping a lot of people, and so I'm curious what your thoughts are on that.
It's kind of out of my realm.
Okay.
I'm not an expert on drug use. We do have a priest in the diocese who wrote his dissertation on marijuana, so he might be a better one to talk about that. But I think in general, the fear is that if particularly the youth who they don't have a lot of restrictions in their thinking yet, the danger is, are they just going to go in too quick and too hard and damage themselves? If you're a 40-year-old man who is using this under a self-imposed set of guidelines, and just, you're monitoring what you're doing and you're careful, completely different than a kid just taking a bunch of pills and hoping something good happens.
Makes sense.
All right, your thoughts on that one, because you've dabbled in psychedelics. We've talked about this before offline. We kind of still want to do a full episode on it.
Yeah.
But your thoughts on what you said.
Right.
There.
It's a heavy topic. I mean, he started with Adam and Eve. I think firstly, we just put that disclaimer that nothing that we're saying here is to advocate the use of drugs or plant medicines. We advise everyone to do their own research before they decide to do anything, or not do anything. But this is just our own personal take and opinions on it. Firstly, with the Adam and Eve story, obviously the priest is kind of ducking the question. Maybe he knows, maybe he doesn't know.
Yeah.
But the forbidden fruit, I have also heard that it was maybe possibly a mushroom or some sort of psychedelic plant, or because in the book it talks about that the forbidden fruit gave them knowledge. It came from the tree of knowledge. And my take on it, though, because we spoke about this last time on the Anunnaki episode.
Yeah, I remember you saying,
I'm saying that, my belief is probably that Adam and Eve were the creation of these Anunnaki gods. And there was a tree of knowledge, a forbidden fruit, because that fruit opened up their consciousness to the spirits in terms of like their divinity, and it wakens them up to their true purpose. And these gods at the time, not the one true creator God, these alien race gods, for lack of a better word, didn't want them waking up because they were a slave race on this earth. Just like how in today's world, we're all debt slaves and there's so many zombies and NPCs walking around. The elites, the gods of this world, don't want us to touch these fruits.
Yeah.
And so they say there's a forbidden fruit, exactly parallel to what's going on today. As he said, Nixon, Reagan, war on drugs, war on consciousness.
Yeah.
They don't want you opening up your mind. They want you to just keep on being a good little slave, maybe get drunk on the weekend because that's a drug, but it's perfectly legal. Same in the Catholic Church. You drink wine on the Sundays, you eat your bread and you drink the wine. Alcohol's fine. But the fruit, which is, as the interviewer was saying, like, if it was a psychedelic plant or a plant medicine, and it opens you up, it starts to make you question. It starts to help you heal, which takes you away from those powers that kind of want to keep you in control.
Mm-hmm.
And my take is as well, though, if these gods were these alien race that created a bunch of slaves, which was the human race, and in the book they're calling it the forbidden fruit.
Yeah.
So we're saying that these beings, these possibly evil beings, or maybe on the side, maybe not for the human race's good, have decided it to be forbidden. Then if someone bad is saying it's forbidden, then maybe that's actually good, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So in the book it's forbidden, but I think it was maybe a core piece for all humans to expand on.
Okay.
So I don't know, what do you think?
Because we had that debate about it where we talked about, like, we didn't just talk about the Anunnaki, did we? We talked about religion and faith as a whole.
Oh yeah.
And I don't know, like, it's something that we probably have to go deeper into. I definitely think we need to cover Anunnaki as a whole anyway.
Yeah.
Because we touched on it, but we didn't go deep in it. Because a lot of people do believe this alien race is what created us. Like, if you watched Prometheus, the film movie, but
exactly
that's what it's
like Prometheus.
That's exactly what they believe the Anunnaki were. They were an alien race from another part of the universe, came across Earth, created life. Whether that was, but it was obviously to be a slave working race for them. That they would take the minerals or whatever back.
Yeah,
kind of like Stargate, the movie as well. Like,
I've not seen Stargate.
Have you not seen the Stargate the movie with Russell Crowe? You need to watch it.
All right.
You definitely need to watch that. I think definitely before we do the Anunnaki one, you've seen Prometheus, right?
I saw Prometheus and I was blown. I was like, what? They actually just telling people how it... Obviously, it's still a movie, but the core message of it being that there was this superior race that created us.
Yeah.
For maybe not the best intentions, because at the end you realize that they are just power hungry.
Yeah,
but it's some real folklore.
And then obviously we were debating on that bit where I feel like, because obviously wasn't it two Anunnakis? One was Satan, and the other one was, I can't remember what the name was now, but
there was Enki and Enlil.
Yeah,
and these two beings, one kind of wanted to keep the humans as a slave. He's like, no, they're slaves. Like, we made them to work for us.
Yeah.
Simple as that. But the other one kind of was like, but they're still our creation. Like, we still made it and they still are in a similar image to us. And he kind of felt pity for them. And he's like, are we actually just going to leave them here?
So that's slaves? Interesting, right? So when you think about that, right? One of them's pretty much, then if you could articulate that into a story of one of them's God and one of them's Satan, and the one that's Satan was the one that wanted to enslave us and keep us a slave and not give the knowledge, and then you had God who says no, like, but was it the other way around?
But this is the thing, the names were probably, if you're going to say that the one that wanted to keep them enslaved was Satan and God was the one that kind of wanted to give them the knowledge. But the book says it's the serpent. But they're both reptilian race. So, but in the book, we're told it was Satan that tempted Eve to eat the fruit. But if we're saying that the fruit is actually a good thing to empower and awaken the humans.
At the same time now, listen, I'm not trying to offend anyone or your beliefs. Yeah,
it's just open discussion.
This is just open conversation. We're just randomly giving our thoughts here. Does it then hold weight a little bit now that religious scriptures, and I'm going to use, obviously, because we're talking about Christianity in a sense, is that holy book, is that Bible telling you the true story?
You say Christianity, but obviously when you look at the Old Testament, that's also
Old Testament,
also
but Hebrew as well, like the
Abrahamic
religions, even Islam.
I do
because Islam talks about the apple as well.
Absolutely. I think when you look at the Old Testament and you read it from the perspective of it's a history book, and that this is the history of the world before the coming of Christ in the New Testament. But that Old Testament section, if you were to just look at it as this is history, this is actual historical accounts of what happened on this terrain.
Yeah.
It does make sense, and it is weird.
But that makes you question that. I'm talking about that specific part of the story of the Adam and Eve where she's eating the forbidden fruit. Is that bit of a lie? Is that like I'm just speaking like, right? They talk about God works in mysterious ways, right?
Yeah.
But we know the devil's very cunning, right?
Mm-hmm.
So has that been written correctly in the sense that it was the devil saying that do not eat that forbidden, or sorry, God says don't eat that forbidden fruit, when actually, but then it's saying that Satan's encouraging it, but actually, in reality, if you could actually speak to God right now and God says, no, I want you lot to eat that, to open your mind, because the devil wants to trap you into slavery.
Yep.
Do you get what I'm trying to say? But now they've used religion to, because you're looking at that, like, we're talking about Old Testament book here, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a Torah. It's a Jewish scripture.
Yeah.
We've got to go deep into some of the religious aspects of Judaism still. And like I said, I've got to read the Talmud and the Torah, which is the Old Testament as well. But remember, God exiled the original Israelites from Canaan. They were his chosen people. And because of their paganistic ways, human sacrifices, child sacrifices that they were still participating in and worshipping all these idols and gods, which we now know, and he talks about it in here, which are now some of them which were demons really that they were worshipping, which they refer to as gods. God said, right, I exile you, off to Babylon you go, and you're not to return, right? I don't know the whole ins and outs. I've read the little bits and bobs.
Yeah.
But it's just an interesting conversation, because then you think, well, they've written it in Torah that it was a forbidden fruit, but who wrote it? Was it the original Israelites who wrote it, who were doing the paganistic worshipping? Or was it real people the Israelites that actually believed in God and still had faith in God?
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, and also, how do we know it was forbidden?
Yeah, exactly.
Who's saying it's forbidden? Because when I read the Bible, and when I look at the story of Genesis, in it they say God called for them. God called for where Adam, and he was like, Adam, Eve, like, where are you guys? And then he found them. But if God is omnipresent and he's all knowing, he wouldn't need to call out for them. Right? And if the Bible is very specific, and I've had conversations with Christians and they're like, no, the Bible is the word is the truth, everything is fact. Okay, then for God to be calling out for Adam and not knowing where he is, to me that suggests that this isn't the all-knowing creator God. This is one of the gods with the lower G's, like, this giant alien race or reptilian race. And he was just a being in this garden or whatever, concentration camp, whatever that the Garden of Eden could have been at the time. And he was looking for these two people. And then it makes a little bit more sense. And then when you take into Anunnaki story, as I've just said about, there were these two beings that one wanted to keep them as a slave race, and the other one was like, well, they have potential. Yeah. They have the potential. And there is a fruit, and as the interviewer was saying, it is natural. It grows here. There's no chemicals, no chemicals. It's naturally found. It grows, and you eat it, and you can have profound connection with the divine, with your true self, and healing and consciousness opening up and knowledge flowing in. It kind of does make sense. Or you can believe it's an apple. I mean, what makes more sense? You eat an apple and all of a sudden you wake up to the reality that, you are a spiritual being. And, the first thing that happened when she ate the apple was she realized she was naked. She became conscious. That's why before they used to be all just walking around naked, like animals, basically. Yeah. Then they ate the fruit, whatever that, you can think it's an apple, whatever. But she ate the fruit and all of a sudden she woke up and she's like, whoa, I'm naked. What the hell? Like, cover up. Yeah. And then that's when God, the other one, calls him and like, where are you guys? Where are you guys? And then he finds them. He's like, what the fuck? Why are you guys covering up? You guys have clocked it. Yeah. You guys have woken up. Okay, banish them. Kick them out. and they got banished from the Garden of Eden, and then they start traversing the land, and that's the story of Adam and Eve in a nutshell, basically. And it makes more sense like that than it would be an actual snake slithering in a tree, talking to Eve, giving them an apple.
Yeah.
And them all of a sudden getting kicked out because of what?
But then that's the bit of the story. Is like, who's actually given the fruit? Like in that story, right? They say Satan.
Yeah.
But that's the bit that I'm fixed in on right now. Is that who actually gave the fruit then out of these two? Because you could argue that one was Satan, one was God. Ended up being that way, and now they're warring.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because they had different views of what they wanted to do with the human race, right? But then this is what I'm talking about. That story from the Torah, the Old Testament, whatever you want to call it, was it actually God who said, no, have that, eat that, and watch your mind open up? You're conscious that you become conscious. Whereas, was it Satan turning around and saying, no, don't give him that. There, that's forbidden. We're gonna keep that forbidden.
I think that's probably more what you just said is how it was. But the book obviously
depicts it in a different way. Yeah.
And when the book is being taught to us through the churches, through the rabbis and the priests, and through the school system, we are told from a young age that the one who forbid it was the good God.
Yeah.
And he forbid it because he was trying to protect us or something like that. And then it was actually Satan tempting us. And that's how the manipulation goes. And that's why,
people are so like, I suppose, so against psychedelics and saying, oh, no, you shouldn't take those.
Shouldn't take those. Because the thing is with that, and I do have to, as I said, like, for everybody needs to do their own research, make an informed decision. We're not encouraging anything. But because it is true, it does open you up spiritually to both good and bad. And you can be very, very vulnerable.
I've seen some interviews with so not that Craig Harrison who we touched on when we were talking about mental health and stuff like that. There was another guy who again was in the British military, elite level. I think he was SAS. I'm not sure. I can't remember now. But I remember when he talked about psychedelics, and because when he came back from the army, the armed forces, he was so like psychologically damaged. Yeah, like getting into fights, drinking, drugs, whatever, just like destroying his life in a sense. Mm-hmm. He got a mate of his, I think, then took him like to, is it Peru or Costa Rica, somewhere like that, where they have those psychedelic camps or whatever they
the
call
ayahuasca retreats.
Yeah, and he went there, and
that's as strong as it gets as well. Right?
Like, but dude, mate, he had to take a few shots of this psychedelic because he wasn't getting it. So he took it the first time, and the guy and his mate said, "Because well, you're not like," he goes, "Because no, I'm not tripping at the moment." Like he goes, "All right, here you go, have another one." Had another one. He's like, "No, I'm still not feeling it." He goes, "Here's another one." Then he had the third one, and he was like, "Whoa, bam, that's it." And obviously, someone's obviously sitting there while you're going through it to make sure you're all right, you don't harm yourself or injure yourself or whatever, because you're now into a state of
universal.
Like you're somewhere else, right?
Or within.
And then he actually said when he did it, I think he said he saw all these dead bodies around, or all there were like dead bodies that he probably killed as well, like when he was going to war and stuff. And he said in front of him, he was standing someone, and he goes, it was the devil. And he goes, I had to confront the devil for what I'd done. But now he's like pretty much sane. Like he's in control of his thoughts, his emotions, and everything like that. He's basically pretty much healed. And I think he did say he goes back every so often and does it over and over again. It's helped him a lot. So, and when you look at Joe Rogan,
he's been helping a lot of people for thousands of years as well. And this is the thing, this is a natural plant medicine that's been around for centuries.
But Joe Rogan talks about it. Mm-hmm. Remember, I've heard Mike Tyson talk about psychedelics. I remember when Joe Rogan sat there. And he said, "Oh, what made you come out of retirement to fight Roy Jones Jr. in that exhibition?" He goes, "The mushroom told me to do it." And he goes, "Oh, what?" He goes, "Yeah, I took a mushroom. And the mushroom said, you need to go have a fight." Yeah. And he goes, "So I went and did it."
Because he said, I did hear him talk about that, specifically with the Mike Tyson one. And he was like, he wanted to overcome a fear because he was scared, like, what would happen if he went into a fight. But the mushrooms was like, you need to do it to overcome a fear and prove to yourself that you are bigger than you are that guy.
Yeah.
And that's powerful stuff, and a lot of people need that as well in their lives. There is another fruit in West Africa called ibogaine. And this is they're saying it's similar to the ayahuasca one that people do in Peru and stuff. But this is a fruit, and you trip for like 30 hours,
Fuck.
and you're violently vomiting and purging and everything. But it will take a crackhead, like no teeth, itching on the street, begging for £1, like itching crackhead. And they'll take this fruit and they'll do a ceremony, 30 hours. And when they finish, they come back straight edge.
Yeah.
Like totally sober, like a saint. And they'll never feel the need to go back to it. And it's that powerful, that strong. And it's still technically illegal in this country. But, as I said, West Africa, I think there's a couple of retreats in Portugal and stuff like that. It's not exactly cheap, but there is this natural fruit that will turn a crackhead with no teeth itching into a saint.
Essentially, it's healing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Shit, man.
Whereas the pharmaceutical companies, as we touched upon, what are the pharmaceuticals doing? They're pumping oil press pills that aren't healing anybody and actually just making the whole system worse.
Do your own research on the back of what Trevor's just said there, right?
True.
Okay. When it comes to Big Pharma, because we got to be careful what we say. Because we can't go deep into Big Pharma because we get pulled every single time we mention Big Pharma.
I forgot about that.
And from what I understand, YouTube's policy is you can talk about Big Pharma as long as it's favourable to Big Pharma.
Oh shit! Yeah, we're gonna get done for medical misinformation.
All right, so we might have to edit that later on down the line if it does get pulled. Yeah. But look, let's move on to the next bit anyway. Yeah. So the next bit he's going to talk about is. But I definitely think we need to go deeper into the psychedelic conversation and anarchy because I think that's an interesting topic.
Because I also do think, but to keep it with the priest guy, like Jesus himself, I came across this theory that Jesus was giving out mushrooms as the bread.
I remember you said this years ago to me before.
And it still makes sense to me. Obviously, I heard another theory that is actually LSD in the wheat itself. So when he was making bread, the LSD
because that's how LSD's produced, right?
Yeah,
from
LSD
wheat
comes from the fungus of the wheat, the barley, and then it's extracted from that. But you can technically put that into the bread directly, so that's also one thing. But I was in the Vatican, I was in Rome itself, and there was a market, and I shit you not, there was a mushroom that looked like a loaf of bread. It grew massive, and it was brown on the outside, it was white on the inside, it was soft and spongy, and you can just break it apart. It looked like bread. Like a loaf of bread, but it was mushrooms. And who's to say that there wasn't a psychedelic mushroom that looked like a loaf of bread, and Jesus was giving this out to people, saying, "Take this, think of me, and if you eat this, you're going to have life, and it's food for the soul, and it's food for the gods." And the parallels make sense because when you go to church and you eat the piece of cracker that they give you, I never felt the power. As I said, Catholic Church, this guy is trying to say that they pray over this piece of wafer, this cracker, and they're like, yeah, through me and through the power of transubstantiation, I can now channel energy to convert this bread into the body of Christ. You eat this bread, you sip a little bit of wine, and you kneel down on the pew, and you're like, okay, God has now entered me. Great. And that was what I believed growing up. Like, for my school years, that's what it was. The priest prayed over this piece of paper, like wafer, and now God has entered me. Then I tried mushrooms, just even 1 gram, 2 grams, your mind opens up and you get floored, and you're just like, there is bigger things in this world, and we are part of it. And the connection between you and God and the spirit world and was way more powerful than a piece of wafer that you get at the church. And I could just imagine you went to church and instead of the wafer that they give us, they gave everybody a gram of mushrooms and said, okay, here's a gram of mushrooms, now go kneel down and pray. And then when you finish praying after 20 minutes, whatever, half an hour, we're going to pray together as a community. How much different that would be for a church.
Shit.
Which is what communion's supposed to be about. It's supposed to be about community. But when we go to church, I never felt like there was that much of a community. Everybody's there in their church clothes thinking, and there was still this we're here to just prove a point that we go to church on a Sunday. And if there was that truer meaning that, as I said, I come to the conclusion that there was maybe psychedelic influences involved as a help, I think the world would be so much different.
Yeah, it's funny. I remember, what film was it? I can't remember what film it was years ago. I think it was Rise of the Foot Soldier, and he's talking about the like late 80s, early 90s rave scene, and you know, you had ecstasy going around and all that. Everyone was popping E's and stuff. And then he goes, he just made you feel like you wanted to love everyone.
Yeah.
That was it. He goes, imagine if all the politicians on the planet were on E. He goes, we'd live on a great planet, wouldn't we? Right? So you could probably apply that to psychedelics, I suppose, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
And you would probably live in a better world right now. But anyway, look, let's move on to the next bit.
Cool.
Which is he touches on triple numbers.
Okay.
So play the clip and then we'll chop it up, yeah?
What do you think about reoccurring numbers like 444?
Happens to me all the time.
What is that?
I don't know for sure, but for me, when I see a triple, it's always Trinity. So I just do a glory be every time I see the three numbers. Glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit, as it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, world without end. Just give God glory. So I would get to the point where, like, you know, at like 5:55, I'm like, okay, I'm off the hook now for like 12 hours because there's no 666 on our clocks, you know, clearly. So, and then I'd start seeing it on the microwave, where I'd look over at the microwave's going, and I look over, it's like, 222 as it's counting down. I'm like, so this is going to happen. This is going to happen all through the day, I guess. License plates, you know, I'm looking, I see it all the time. And for me, it's just give God glory. Be aware of his presence.
Interesting. Yeah, this happens. This is a big part of my story too.
Okay.
444. And I see it all the time now. And now I see all these reoccurring numbers all the time. And I looked it up, and it said that, you know, this is really interesting, Father, because I had this profound experience, came home, started making phone calls. One of them was to this guy, Eddie Penny, who's also been there for me when I need spiritual advice. And I had a chat with him at night and he was talking about guardian. He was basically saying, he said, now that you've chosen a side, things are going to start happening. And not necessarily good things. And he said that you'll be attacked. And the very next morning, I had a conversation with a gentleman that works for me. His name's Adam. Very devout Catholic. Had the exact same conversation again. And when I looked at it just, all these things happened. That conversation with Adam happened at noon. I went home for lunch. I looked at my clock on the way back to the studio. It said 4:44. I looked at the odometer. You know, you have this many. You have 444 miles left until empty. And this happened 4 hours and 44 minutes after my conversation with Adam. And so it's like, what's going on? Got here to the studio, Googled it. It said, we want you to know that your guardian angels, 444 means somebody wants you to know your guardian angels are watching over you at this specific time. And those two conversations prior to that were about guardian angels. And I was like, whoa.
Well, all pistons should be firing because today is the Feast of the Guardian Angels.
Say again?
Today, October 2nd, in the church is the feast day of the Guardian Angels. It's the day the church honors the Guardian Angels, October 2nd.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. I did
chances
not know
are 1
that.
out of 365.
Wow. Wow. That's, I know there are no coincidences.
No.
So
I don't know if you ever heard this, but like Tim Tebow, remember when he was playing in college, he put the 316 under his eyes for John 3:16. And of course, the NCAA said you can't do that. No religious monikers on your person. And he was, okay, I'll be obedient to the league. And then 3 years later to the day, he was playing, I think, a playoff game for Denver. Was he with?
I don't know.
I don't remember. But anyway, his publicist comes up to him at the end of the game. And it's on. He has a video of it. It's amazing. He's like, do you know what today is? He's like, whatever the date is. He's like, no, but it's more than that. This is the 3-year anniversary of when you put John 3:16 on your eyes. And let me just tell you what happened. And there were like a dozen stats on that game. Every one of them was 3:16.
Wow.
Like he had 31.6 yards in passing. He had, it was all over the game, everywhere, rushing. And like, this is involving two major teams. Like, you can't orchestrate this.
Yeah.
And that's how God just gives you a wink, like, I'm in control here. I know what's going on. And I'm thankful you did that for me. And that day, it was the most Googled thing for the week was John 3:16 on the 3-year anniversary.
Wow.
Yeah.
Man, I always feel like that's a sign that God's just saying, hey, I've got you.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Like it's
I'm
like
here.
He's playing chess with like a 1-year-old and he's 400 moves ahead. It's insane. You can't even like map it out and how he does it.
All right. So, what are your thoughts on numbers?
So we call that synchronicity. It's when the universe is kind of just giving you a nod back, just reminding you that you are connected and you're not a zombie and you're not an NPC in this world, and it's just the universe giving you that feedback. And it comes in the forms of mirrored numbers, mirrored hours, duplicates, like you said, car plates and license plates and stuff like that. It comes in many different forms. But I do believe it is a real stuff. Doesn't necessarily always mean it's like a guardian angel. I'm not saying that.
Yeah, because
that's what they're saying.
Looking at this number, so where they're talking about 444. Yeah, so I'll just read it quickly because I just googled it. In Christianity, the number 444 is often interpreted as a sign of divine encouragement, spiritual awakening, and the presence of God, suggesting that a cycle or phase is reaching completion and a divine plan is unfolding.
So every number, I do believe that every number has a meaning to it or a meaning assigned to it. You can find that in numerology and even in astrology and birth charts and so on. Numbers are powerful. And each number has a meaning from 1 to 9. And then when you look at mirrored numbers and mirrored hours, like, 444, 1111, 1212, 7, whatever, in whatever sequence, they will have their own meaning to it. And when you see those numbers, you can assign a meaning that can kind of nudge you in the right direction that maybe you were looking for. But I don't believe that they are coincidental. Obviously, if you keep looking for it, if you look at a clock every 10 minutes or so,
you're going to come across
land on it. So there is this bias that I do see in people where they feel like, oh, I've seen a number, so therefore I must be connected to some sort of guardian angel or the universe is talking to me, and then they'll go and seek it out, and then they're almost forcing it. However, as I said, it definitely is real, and you can coincidentally, in quotation marks, come across these numbers a lot, and I do believe that is the universe giving you that feedback loop.
So this one, why I wanted to talk to you about this one was, or why I kind of like clipped this one was, it was a few months ago. Yeah, it was really weird. I went onto my online banking app, right, and it literally said on my bank account what I had left in my bank account, which was £666.66. I literally shit myself when I saw it, and I just thought, fuck it, I just had a prayer there and then, kind of thing. Yeah, because I just thought that was weird. And me, I've told you, as I'm getting older, I'm getting more spiritually inclined and closer to God in my own way. And I am getting closer to God. I'm not going to religious temples or anything like that. I pray every morning. Everything I do tend to have God in my mind when I'm with whatever I do in my day-to-day activities. So that just shit me up when I saw that. And then when they touched on it, I thought, fuck, what does that mean then?
But were you shook because of the sixes, or were you just shook because of the repeated numbers? Yeah,
because it was just the repeated numbers.
Okay,
I thought, what the?
Yeah, it is weird. It is weird, but it is like, as I said, like, here's the universe giving you that a nod and a wink, saying, "Yep,
yeah,
you are part of this bigger creation."
Yeah.
And you're not just a zombie. But I would also add that the 666 isn't necessarily it's not a bad number. It's actually it's a powerful number, and we can't associate these numbers with good or bad. And a lot of growing up, 666 was always it's the devil's number. It's a bad number. This and that. It's not entirely true.
So give some more context on that.
So it is a powerful number, and it's your intentions with it. So if you're a evil person and you're going to use this number to channel evil, then it's going to be evil. But if you're a good person and you're trying to use these numbers for good, then it's also it's like an energy source. These numbers, like you said, look, 444. It has its own energy with it. 1111. I read somewhere that 1111 represents the gates. And so when you see 1111, that's why people say, 1111, make a wish, because they represent gates, and it's supposed to be like a pathway and opening into something. These things aren't good or bad. It's not as clear cut as saying they're good or bad. So, but I do see, because a lot with the 666, straight away we associate that with evil. Yeah. But again, maybe that was a misdirection on their side, where they're saying, look, if we can make the whole people think that 666 is evil, then the elites and the secret societies that use these numbers can keep control of that power. Yeah. But as I said, obviously, if they're throwing 666 at you with bad intentions, then
different story.
Then it can hurt, I guess.
Yeah, that was interesting. Because it was interesting, because I thought, like, I'm going to ask you this question: being a Catholic, you were raised a Catholic.
But that was nothing that they taught us in school.
Where did you get that from then?
So this has come through the spiritual path. I don't associate myself with any type of religion anymore. If I had to, I would call myself a syncretist. And syncretism is all about taking information and wisdom from all the religions and all the different teachings. So I like Christianity's, some of their stuff. Even the Quran, I understand there's some good stuff in there. The Bhagavad Gita and the Vedic text, there's good stuff in there as well. But I also take stuff from like astrology and the numerology and astrotheology, and all together that would encompass syncretism. It's like it's more of a synchronizing with it. So I track the moon and the sun and all these other astrological energies that I think can help you progress in this life. And what we're talking about here with these mirrored numbers and stuff, that came from that side. The Catholic Church, I don't believe, would talk about this. Yeah. This is a bit more wishy-washy kind of stuff. Like tarot cards and and fortune telling and all that stuff. I don't believe the Catholic Church would support that, even though there is, I do believe, a truth to it, or a energy that can be weird, for lack of better words. It's like, well, why are you seeing all these numbers, and why do you pull the card that you do? And I do believe that there is an energy that you can connect to.
Is there energy that's guiding you?
Yeah, but that energy, I do believe, comes from within, and obviously you could say
so it could be potentially driven by positive energy you're putting out, or even negative energy you're putting out.
Yeah,
from yourself spiritually.
Yeah, so from your own Taurus field, your own aura, your own energy field that you have around you, like a bubble around you, you can channel that. And so, for example, when you're doing tarot cards, they say, you got to pick it up with your left hand, because the left hand is connected to the heart. So that energy, and you have to also consciously believe what you're doing. Your hand will almost magnetically feel the card that it needs to pick up. And that's why when you pick up a card, it can be true. And, when you say, but it's predicting the future and stuff, well, what is the future? What is the past? If the universe is already written and everything is already, God knows everything. Yeah. Then that means that it's already been decided. And so when you pick up a card, even though it's it's not really predicting the future, it's just showing you a glimpse of what's to come. Yeah. But I don't believe has anything to do with the Catholic Church. I don't think the Catholic Church would support that. Okay. So, it's interesting for him to talk about the numerology of it, but I was never taught that at school.
So they never taught you that. That's not something that they've taught you in Catholic school
No.
in any of their teachings. It's not something written in the Bible, or there's no scripture.
It's not. But the thing is, the Bible is actually.
But these
about
are
that.
these numbers that they're referring to, like, so where they're saying 444, for example, 444.
Yeah.
Is that a verse? That's a verse out of the Bible, correct?
Yeah.
So they're relating it to verses, the numbers to verses. So if you see 444, and you go and read 444. Oh, that's what it means. That's why I'm seeing that number.
Yeah.
So, or maybe I saw that number 3 times today, and you're putting that connection together. But what you're saying is that actually, no, those numbers, the numerology that you're talking about is actually, it goes deeper than that. There's a spiritual aspect to that,
Yeah.
which is
And
which the church wouldn't touch on and encourage at all.
basically, because I do think that the church doesn't really. And look, I hope every church does have the right intention. And at its core level, look, I think Catholicism growing up was very good because it taught you core values, respect and love and community and family and so on. And the principle of a church, a place where communities can come together and worship God, is great. Like, I don't have an issue with religion in that form. But when you dig deeper and you look at how the church was started in Rome and from the Council of Nicaea, 300 AD, and the empires and all the other hands that play a part in creating a church organization, and the deeper stuff that they do within that organization, which we've talked about and we covered in the grooming episodes that we've done. We know that it's not all pure love and God worshipping, and so. Well,
I remember seeing. Look, I'm just gonna say. I remember reading an article years ago where I think it was a high-level priest in the Vatican. He said that Satan had really taken hold of the Vatican because all these priests who are SAing children shows that that's the case. So, to what you're saying is that we know it's not all love and affection and good, I suppose, well-wishing and
actually
wanting you to be the better version of yourself, I suppose.
And if they're not going to do that, then they're also going to emit information. They're not going to tell you that. They're not going to tell you everything. So when it comes,
but the scripture's locked in the Vatican. We know that as well, though. They won't ever release.
There's a whole library. I think it's the biggest library in the world. It's like it goes on for kilometers.
Yeah,
I think it's like, and it's guarded by the Swiss guards and. Really, really shady shit when you look into it.
Yeah.
Really, really dodgy. But the average person, the average churchgoer probably doesn't think about this, doesn't know about this. And even, like I said, with the Christians, when they talk about the Bible, they really were like, because I went Bible study a couple of times and I kind of got a bit outcasted because I was asking too many questions. From their perspective is, you don't need to ask questions. Just read the Bible.
It,
Just read the Bible. It's the word. It's the truth. Just accept it. And it never really touched on stuff like this. Obviously, as I said, this came as a result of the spiritual path, and YouTube is amazing because you can find anything. So if you want to know more about the numbers that you're seeing, the mirrored hours and so on, the umbrella term would be synchronicity. So for the listeners out there, if you want to know more, definitely look into something called synchronicity. But the numbers are weird. I mean, when he talks about triple digits, this is where Trump is an interesting one. I know it's a bit random bringing in Trump into this, but do you know how old Trump was when he was inaugurated back in 2016?
No.
To the date. And this is why it is weird. From when he was born to when he was inaugurated on January 20 or what day it was, and you can fact check this yourself, he comes to the age of 70 years, 7 months, and 7 days. And that's what they call 777, which is the jackpot. So you got 666, which has this, whoa, what kind of number is that? Like 666 is a bit booky, but then 777 is considered the jackpot. So when you play slot machines, 777 is bingo, like you've won.
Yeah.
And so I'm still in debates whether the 777 Trump being the jackpot is for saving humanity or he's the savior for the elites. That's where, but it is, if you don't believe in coincidences and we're talking about the numbers mean something, then, and we also know that the secret societies don't fuck about when it comes to symbolism, numbers and
they'll have you believing it's all hocus pocus, but naturally behind closed they live by it.
They live by it. That's, you said they live by it. The symbolism and the numbers. and the occult, they live by it because they know it's true. And the best thing that they can do is make sure that the people don't know it's true.
Yeah.
So keep them dumb, keep them watching Love Island on TV and going to work and drinking on the weekends. Fuck that.
Yeah.
But they know it's true. But then when it came to Trump and he's 70 years old, 7 months, 7 days, is that for us or is that for them? I don't. That's where I'm still up in debates because that's why I would like to believe that he's going to be the savior.
Interesting question.
But
we're gonna have to wait and see. But
that's a whole nother
I
thing.
feel like I already know the answer to that. I feel like it's playing out the way I want, but I don't want to get deep into
Trump in it. But for anyone that wants to fact check that, prove us wrong, but it's not. You can fact check that.
Cool. All right. Let's move on to the next bit. So the next bit he talks about is exorcism school, Ouija board company.
Okay.
And how people become possessed. I think he touches a little bit on Hollywood as well. So this is probably a little bit of a longer clip. I think it's about 10 minutes, 11 minutes long.
Okay.
But so pay attention, I suppose, to you guys at home who are watching this as well. But I think he goes deep into quite a few things on this one. So this would be a real good clip for us to chop up.
All right.
Probably one or two a month.
1 or 2 a month?
Yep. Yeah. And then I went into religious life, and my superior was an exorcist, the Exorcist of Omaha. So now I'm in the room because they usually took the guys who were a little bit bigger to restrain the victim. And I got 5 years of that. And then when I got to Nashville, the bishop knew I was doing that for the religious community. And he says, I want you to do that here for my diocese. Can you do the deliverance? But he says, I'm not going to make you an exorcist because I feel like that's too big a burden on one priest. I said, okay. And then he died, God rest his soul, Bishop Joby. And then the new bishop comes in, and I don't have his authority because he hasn't given it to me. So as the priests are calling me for help, I keep referring them to him. I said, he has to give me the authority. I don't do this without being under his protection. And so he finally connects and he says, why do these priests keep asking for you? I said, I was doing the deliverance for the diocese, but when Bishop Shobi died, I no longer had the authority. So it's up to you. He said, are you the exorcist? I said, no. He didn't want any particular priest to be an exorcist. He thought it was too big a burden. And he says, I don't know, I kind of feel like you're fighting with your hands tied behind your back. Like, I think you should become the exorcist. So he sends me to Rome, and I get trained, and then I come back and begin as the exorcist.
What does that training consist of?
It's intense. It's like...
how does it start? I mean, is there an introduction? Welcome to exorcism school?
Yeah, it was for like 2 weeks, 6 days a week, 7 in the morning to 7 at night.
What is the introduction? What do they say?
Well, this is kind of going to be the syllabus and protocol for what we're going to go into. There's probably about 6 or 7 different fields, biblical, practicums, the devil in Hollywood, the devil in media, the devil, Harry Potter had its own class.
Harry Potter?
Oh, yeah. So you get finished up, they pair you with a mentor who's been doing this a while, and my mentor was in Indianapolis, and so I met with him on a kind of regular basis, and he took me through some of his cases, and I watched him do actual exorcisms, and then, eventually you get your first case that you do it. And I'll never forget it. It was in Murfreesboro.
Hold on. Before we get there, how long is the school?
It's like 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
It's intense. They put it like 2 months into 2 weeks.
Wait, what? 2 weeks? 2 weeks, and you can banish out. You can do an exorcism and banish out demons.
Yeah,
and you got a whole day on Harry Potter. What the fuck?
When I first watched this, even I thought I was like, hold on, like in 2 weeks. But he says it's intense.
7 to 7. He says what? He's just about to say 2 months condensed into 2 weeks. And that all of a sudden means you're okay.
Because I can't remember what film it is. There's a film, right? Okay, and they show but they're getting a woman, a nun basically, who has these, I suppose, this sensitivity to that high sensitivity to that, to demonic activity. Yeah. I haven't watched the film. I've seen like the trailer. and they take her into the school, and it's all men usually because it's only priests to do it. Yeah, it's not the nuns, right? But they allow her in, and then they take her down into the vault room or wherever it is, and they've got a possessed person in there who they practice on or work with, and who's severely possessed, kind of thing. And like, I'm wondering, like, is that what you do then? What, you go like after 2 weeks, and then you go downstairs after about like a week or whatever, and start practicing with a real, like, how does it work? How do you know you're going to be effective? Like, like,
who gives you
I suppose the thing with him is he's got experience because he's obviously been doing something. He's been doing the deliverance part, and then obviously he said that the priest that he was working under had died, so he lost the authority to do it. And then the priest that took over has said, well, I don't want to hold you back. You clearly have already been doing it, so let's send you to exorcism school for 2 weeks, and then you can come back and do it officially.
Yeah.
But you think
2 weeks sounds a bit.
Doesn't sound like there's a lot to let. Like, I mean, it has to be really intense as well. What annoys me as well with Sean Ryan here is that he didn't push the question about Harry Potter, because I wanted to know about that. So it's like I've heard this before, right? Where because of Harry Potter, it's all witchcraft, right? So you have to be careful when you're watching it. It could be bewitching you, etc., and all that sort of stuff. We know this sort of stuff goes on anyway, right? We've talked about it before or touched on it. But I wanted to, like, it was an opportunity to get it from a Catholic priest direct. He had an opportunity there to say, "What about Harry?
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about Harry Potter?
Explain
My kids watch Harry Potter. Like,
explain it
to me."
Yeah.
Like, but he went in on something else. Hold on. His biggest question there was, how long were you in this school for? 2 weeks. I was like, yo, you're not going to ask about the Harry Potter?
That was a big oversight, isn't it?
But yeah, 2 weeks seems a bit
quick for something as serious as
exorcism,
isn't it? Like, that's as serious as it gets. Fuck.
Like, you're going up against the devil and his demons. So, like, surely 2 weeks
possessed, and
is that enough?
With 1 day off in a week. That's what mad. Fuck.
All right. Let's see.
Let's see if he explains it. He might explain it.
I just thought that was weird.
Is it bookwork? Is it practical?
It's everything. Yeah, we actually have case studies of actual exorcisms that have been performed. What happened? What you should do? What you shouldn't do? That class was the best class. Don't do this. So if the victim vomits up anything, including, it could be vomit, it could be small frogs, it could be nails, do not touch them. They're cursed objects until you liberate the objects from the demons and the curses, and then you can clean them up. I'm like, I'm not touching anybody's vomit, period. I don't care if you're a demon possessed or not. Like, that's not my thing. You know, I'd be like, can someone come in and help me clean this up? But then knowing that this could actually, you touch it and then suddenly you're covered in boils. Like, it's a whole level of care and attention to dealing with possessed objects.
Do they talk about how it happens?
How does one get possessed?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, of course, 100%. And the two biggest ways are dabbling in the occult and...
What does that mean?
Playing with demonic things, Ouija boards, going to a psychic, tarot cards, or actual occult worship of the devil. Those are pretty much immediate open doors that you're going to have demons come right in.
Psychics are demonic.
Yeah, they're not channeling your dead relatives. So right now, we have at least 3 guardian angels in the room. There's also probably demons in this room, and they're listening, and they hear every bit of what we're saying. Excuse me. And when somebody says, well, the psychic told me my mother shared this with me when I was 10, and nobody ever knew that but us. So it has to be my mom, except for the demons in the room who also heard it. And now they're impersonating your mother. If your mother's in heaven, she's having a good day. She doesn't want to come back and visit you. As much as mothers love their children. If she's in purgatory, she needs our prayers to get her moved into heaven. And if she's in hell, there's no getting out. It's not your mother.
Wow.
They can put up a good show, and it's very, they can also place thoughts in our minds, and they can manipulate our emotions. And when you have that trifecta, the person is 100% believes it's their mother.
Interesting. And so how would, so if you're a psychic and I'm getting a reading from you, how does the transmission happen?
Well, they're in touch with a demon they may even think it really is a relative, but I think most of them know that there's a power they're tapping into that is dark, and they're not going to share that with you. In fact, some of them will put Christian statues in the room, Sacred Heart is over here, Our Lady of Fatima is over here, just to like lower the anxiety level of the person coming in. Because a lot of people have heard it's really not a good thing, but they get desperate. When people are desperate or in fear, they do things they wouldn't normally do.
What do you think about that, psychics?
I do accept that a psychic or a medium is in contact with a different frequency of spirits.
Yeah.
And that spirit can be good and can also be bad. I do believe that there's good spirits around, and there are also going to be not so good spirits around always. And a medium literally meaning like they're bridging the gap between the spirit world and the human realm. I don't believe that they're always, lying, and they're always going to be demonic entities trying, coming through them. I don't believe that, but I do accept that it can be, and it can happen that way. So you do have to be, you do have to keep your wits about you, and you do have to be conscious that that's a possibility. But I do, first and foremost, I do believe that stuff is real. Like you can channel and you can speak on a frequency with the spirit world.
Yeah.
That is possible.
But what he was saying, about, your mum, it's not your mum. Yeah, if your mum's in heaven, she's having a good time, she's not coming back to see you. Yeah, no disrespect to you. Yeah, we know mums love the kids, but she's in heaven now, right? And if she's in purgatory, we need to get her out of there. But if she's in hell, well, she's fucked. Yeah. So when you go and see a psychic, and a psychic says that they've managed to make contact with your mother or someone like that bit, what do you think of that? Because think about it, if you're in heaven, unless I don't know, it depends what your views are on heaven, right? But let's say we go with what everyone else thinks, yeah? If you go to heaven, oh my God, yeah, great, right? Yeah, bliss. Unless God's got a job for you and says, well, I need you to go and handle this for me. Are you really going to come out of heaven to come to speak to this medium, to speak to your son or your husband or your...
Maybe. I don't know. I can't rule it out. And
if you vice versa, if they're in hell, they're coming out of hell to talk to you, is the...
But I don't really believe in hell like that, to be honest. I don't believe that there
I'm talking about generally what people believe is that's how hell works and heaven works, right? So those who go and see psychics generally think that's how it works. Hell and heaven, right? And
that's why I think you got to be careful, because you if that is your belief going into it, then you might be easier to be manipulated in that sense. But if you go in there knowing that there is no hell and heaven isn't what we think, it's not some cloud with a library and God welcomes you with a gate. But there is a spirit world. So we're in the physical world right now, and there is a spirit world with spirits there, including those who have passed away that we have had a connection with, and a medium who is tuned in that can bridge that gap. I don't think it's always bad, and I do think that possibly those loved ones can send a message through. Possibly.
Don't know. I've never really thought about it much, so I've never been one of these people let me go see a psychic. Let me go speak to my dead granddad. You know what I mean? I honestly believe when you pass, and you should just leave them alone. That's it. End of.
Yeah.
I don't think there's no need. If you're yearning for an answer, you kind of need to accept that that's just the part of your life you're not probably going to get closure on. You need to accept that.
Well, it depends on your intention. And obviously, if you're going in there because you want to communicate with someone that's recently passed, then you might be easily manipulated. But if you go there and just wanted to hear what the medium picks up, and use that information what you will, then that can also be a different experience.
No, but my point is that someone's dead, leave them. Like, if their soul has now moved on, their soul has moved on.
But then why do mediums hear these spirits then? If they're dead?
Yeah, but if you're going to a medium potentially and you're telling them to make contact, that's different. If a medium comes up to you and randomly knocks on your door and say, hey, is your name Treble? Is your name Cypher? Yeah, who are you?
Yeah.
Was your mother's name da 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 da, and gives you all this information, you're like, okay, who the F are you? And then say like, I'm a medium, blah blah blah, or I'm a psychic, and a message has been passed through to me. That's a little bit different because she's trying to reach out to you, right? Would you say?
How do you know?
But why? I'm saying no. I'm just saying like maybe then potentially she's reaching out to you.
But then could we not also use that argument that could be just a demon that's impersonating your
Could
mother?
be, yeah. That's what I said potentially. Yeah, we're sticking on track of what we were talking about in that moment.
Yeah.
And then she says, "Oh, I've got a message for you" and stuff like that. Where you're saying, like I said, there's no need to go looking for answers. My argument is, if you're dead, you're dead. Yeah, my brother-in-law passed away back in 2016. As much as I miss him, I don't want to reach out to some psychic to talk to him. That's life.
Yeah.
You're dead, you moved on. Even if there's some yearning answer that you want to get from that person, except you're not going to get any closure on that and get on with your life. But where you were saying, like, well, if there's a message or they need to talk, whatever it is, if a psychic came to you and did that, maybe then I can understand you saying, oh, wow, what? My mum's dead spirit is reaching out to you because she has a message for me. All right, maybe I'm interested now in knowing what that is. Do you get it?
Yeah.
But as a person, if someone actually passes on, like I use my brother-in-law, he's passed on. I'm not going to go looking for his spirit now. His soul has moved on to where it's gone to. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, now I get on with my life. I'm not going to start reaching out to psychics. That's what I'm saying. It's not my thing. My belief is not. I'm not going to go start poking around and saying, "Hey, do you mind making contact with my brother-in-law who passed away years ago, who I was really close to? I'd just like to talk to him one more time before."
Yeah.
I mean?
And that's what I agree. If you're going out there to seek a specific person, but then why do these mediums are able to speak to spirits?
No, I agree with you about the frequency thing. That they're obviously they're very highly sensitive to that realm.
Yeah.
Some people are. Some people are very sensitive. Like you talk about, like he talks about like possession, like, and this is, I suppose this is a bit I disagree with him a little bit, where he's saying if you start messing around with the occult and stuff like that, then you're opening yourself up to possession or whatever. I genuinely believe there's a lot of people out there who are very sensitive to that world. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean they're a psychic or a medium or anything like that. There's psychic medium who are very sensitive and actually can talk and see things and all that sort of stuff. And then there's some people who out there, normal, everyday people who just feel, from a feeling point of view, are very sensitive to it. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
So I don't, and you could have a demon potentially knocking around in your house or something like that suddenly, or something's attached itself to you and you could feel it. So I don't necessarily agree with them that that's the only way you open up the doors to that world. Does that make sense? Yeah, you could just be someone who's highly sensitive to it, and then the demon catches onto that and says, or an angel or whatever catches onto that and says, oh, okay, this person could probably feel me right now. Yeah, and then there's some people who are completely oblivious to it, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, like I don't know. With psychics, I think for me, my personal point of view on psychics is like if that's your thing, and you want to go and do it, go do it. But me personally, if someone dies, someone dies. That's it. They've moved on. Their soul's moved on. Yeah, the body's left behind, but their soul has moved on now. That's it. They're on their next part of their journey. You need to continue your own journey. Like, there's no point knocking on the door and looking for what answers? What are you looking for? I don't understand. And most of the time, it's most people just missing someone and they want to talk to them one more time. And it's like, why? No, I understand. I understand. I understand the emotion behind it, but at the same time, let go, move on. Unless there's a bag of gold they buried somewhere and you want to know where it is, then I can understand you wanting to talk. Like, maybe wanting to talk to your dead mum, dad, brother, whoever it is. Yeah, but what are you You know, I don't get it.
Yeah, people. Everyone's searching for answers, aren't they?
Yeah, I get like I don't get it personally. I like the need for it, but some people feel a real need to like. There's those people out there who just want to talk to that person and like, what? Like, what are you looking for when you do that? I don't understand it. You know, and I think that's very much driven by your emotions or what you're feeling. You haven't dealt with the loss or whatever it is. And
sometimes it happens abruptly,
and you struggle to let go. On the flip side, could be a demon pushing you. Go see that psychic. Open up the door a little bit more for me. You're very sensitive to this world.
Yeah.
And I want to get in with you. So go see that psychic. And now suddenly you think that's your thought and you go see the psychic and the psychic opens up the door and now he goes, thank you very much. You just opened it up completely for me now. I'm in.
And what do they do when they're in?
What do they do in it? They fuck around with God's creation, innit?
What
And
happens
mock
if
it
helps people, though?
and
What happens if it helps people though?
what, a demon?
But when you say that they've entered now and they've given you advice on getting closure or they've given you advice
No,
on
but it's a way to get into
doing the
possession
right
and now they're keeping you down, innit?
How?
Now they're grinding you down. He talks about it.
Okay.
He does touch on it. He touches on all that stuff. Like, he talks about examples of people he's had to perform exorcism with and done it over a period of time. And how those people are literally weighed down, held down, grounded down, not necessarily like how you see in the movies, but more the case of that they're essentially putting their weight on that individual to the point where that individual can't do shit. You're not really living
like a
anymore.
sleep paralysis.
Yeah,
Just
kind of thing, yeah.
down.
And he talks about it, and they always say this with the exorcism is that it's their way of mocking God. This is your creation, and we're controlling it right now. And look what we're doing to it.
That's pretty crazy, isn't it?
So it was interesting. We're saying, let's see what else he has to say, because this is a pretty long clip, this one.
So, like, after the Civil War, these charlatans came up with these talking boards that they were going around and visiting all the widows, saying, I can contact your dead husband, the soldier who died. If you can pay me this amount, we can do it with this talking board. And they made a lot of money off of these poor widows. And then that eventually became what was being known as the Ouija board, which was bought by Hasbro, toy company, and they're based in Salem, Massachusetts, the capital of witchcraft. And they have consultants who went into the development of these boards that became Ouija boards, and that they are the first to say that they asked the board what its name is, and it said Ouija, which means nothing. And the first year they went to market, the number one board game was Monopoly, and that year Ouija boards outsold Monopoly by 1 million boards. So it was embraced by the culture, like fast. Mm-hmm. And it's opening a portal right into hell.
Interesting.
So what's your take on Ouija boards?
I think it's real stuff, and I don't think that's on the good side. To be fair, I think it does open up a portal to maybe not so good spirits to come in. But I do believe it's real. I did not know that it outsold Monopoly by 1 million boards. That's
crazy.
That's crazy. But I guess it was.
But the fact that he said that is the company that bought it is based in Salem, which is the capital of witchcraft.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why Salem's the witch in Sabrina's cat.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Salem is a really interesting place when you look into it as well. But the Ouija board, damn, I've never played with it. I've never touched that. Have you?
I've never done it. I think I remember when we were young, we were grandkids, yeah? Actually, no, we did fuck around with it once.
Really?
Yeah, when we were grandkids. No, like, I remember when we were, and the rest of the grandkids. And my sister, she made something like on a cardboard thing. But then when we were moving it around, it was like someone was pushing it. She's like, stop pushing it. And I can feel you pushing it. And he's like, no, I'm not. And then he started doing weird things with it. It never came to life or anything. But I think you need like a proper board and a proper setting and a proper...
I think it's also the intention.
Yeah.
If you're really summoning it, then it
you got to have some real intentions as well, I suppose, behind it. But I think I think even when you clown around with it, because there's some kids who actually do clown around with it,
And it moves.
and then they realize, oh shit, like but I don't think you can make your own one. I think very much you do need to get a board, an actual board, and do it. I understand. I was just a kid. There's only one got older. I go, you're the stupidest person I've ever met. Like now I'm like, why would you? She goes, yeah, and I like it's just dumb doing that stuff, innit? Yeah, but remember when we did it in growing up. Lucky for us, I think growing up, very religious grandparents. House was very religious, very blessed with religion and God and all that sort of stuff. Mum was the same, so I don't think we were also in a place where we could probably get harmed, if that makes sense, because the power of God was so strong in the house.
Yeah.
So, and my grandmother was always getting it blessed and blah, blah, blah. So it's like,
can't go that bad.
Yeah. Like, you know, what I mean? Nothing ever happened to me. Like, I've had some spook stories years down the lines, which I've talked about to you, remember?
Yeah.
Which we'll go to at some point as well. But like, I don't think it had nothing to do with that. Do you know what I mean? Because that would be immediately like you're dealing with something. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, but it was just like one of us was pushing it around, and the moment I'm moving like that, and it was just yes and no, and I was like that, and then my other cousin was doing this, and the other cousin's doing this, and like you lot are pushing it around, and I'm like, yeah, all right, that's it, we're not playing anymore. Like, yeah, okay, bye, see you later. So yeah, we didn't get any real like experience like it actually moved on its own or anything like that. And then you got to know how to open it up as well.
What do you mean?
Because there's a way to open it up.
As in, like when
you're talking to spirits, isn't it? Yeah, there's a way to talk to them. You have to open up. And we never. My sister did. And then she's like, she's asking questions. They were just dumb questions.
Yeah.
Like, you're not going to get answers to that. You have to open the door up to let something in.
Ask them to come in. And shit.
You have to open it. I remember you got to ask them. You got to say, I'm trying to connect with the spirit world or wherever it is. Or whatever. Are you here? Is there anyone here? That kind of thing. It wasn't that cool question. It's like asking, is there anyone in the room? Well, yeah, there's your cousin's in the room right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It doesn't work like that. You have to say your intention, which is I'm trying to connect with that world, that dimension, or whatever you want to call it, and open up the portal, right? And someone goes, well, so someone can come and talk to you. But then, from what I've seen, because I watched, been watching a few paranormal stuff videos from this guy, his channel Casper Site, funny guy as well, right? But so we're seeing Ouija boards, people talking about how they messed around with a Ouija board, a couple recorded it and then wondered why their house was now suddenly haunted. But then what they didn't do was that they didn't close it off. So because you left the door open, the portal open, something crept in. So why? You've left it open, that means you're welcoming me in. And in they come. But so if you the way I understand a Ouija board was supposed to work is that there's a specific way you need to open it. And once you've done with it, you then have to close it as well. And if you don't close it, you're letting things in.
Yeah.
So basically, essentially what you've done, if you're doing it in your own home as well, you're opening up a portal and you're leaving the portal open in your home. That's what I understand from Ouija boards. I know. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, no. I think you just said it. Yeah, but it is real stuff.
I don't think you should. I don't think you should mess around with them.
No. Neither. Obviously, do your own research. But that's something that I would probably be against.
Yeah.
But it's crazy that you can just buy that. It's like literally. Imagine they're saying a book. There's a box that you can buy in a store that says "Summon Demons." Crazy.
But they make it out like it's a toy, it's a joke, it's a bit of fun, blah blah blah, and that's how they sell it.
Yeah.
But actual fact. But then it also has to, actual fact, it's actually a lot more dangerous than that. But at the same time, when you think about it, all these corporations are owned by who? Elites. These elites are, who's their god, right? Who do they worship? Who do they believe in? Yeah, so naturally, they're going to sell it like that. It's just a bit of fun. Have some fun on Halloween. And you go and do it on Halloween or whatever stupidity. Through sheer stupidity because you think, it's not serious.
Yeah.
And then you wonder why there's a tapping on your door at night, or there's a creep, or it seems like someone's sitting in the corner of the room. There's a shadow person lurking around. You know what I mean? You wonder why, right? Or you feel different suddenly.
Yeah.
Like something might attach itself to you. So
careful, guys.
Careful. I would just say respect it.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
like,
yeah.
like. Do you know what I mean? Don't. I wouldn't mess around with it anyway.
Surrounded.
Yeah, I would screw around with it. That's what I would say, but that's my take on it.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on to the next bit, yeah?
How else can the transmission happen?
Well, that's pretty much it. I mean, for mediums, you mean?
No. I'm sorry. To become possessed.
Sexual vices, drugs. I mentioned the drugs. But one mortal sin is enough to open the door. I've never seen a case from one mortal sin because it's easy to commit a mortal sin. You know, if you miss mass on Sunday, that's a mortal sin. But perpetual and habitual mortal sin, it is definitely a door opener. So if you're, a married man who's continually having affairs and a womanizer and cheating, that can be an open door where suddenly their personality will change and the wife will know something's wrong. She's not even picking up on the affair. She's picking up on now this guy's carrying around these fallen spirits that are changing his personality. He's becoming more angry. He's more judgmental. He's more rotten. And she just thinks, I must be doing something wrong. I don't know what happened to our marriage.
Is there any validity? I've talked to, as I mentioned, I talked to a lot of the people that have been on the show have been sexually assaulted. Women have been raped. There's been a lot of discussion about those kind of traumatic experiences on this show, and I've talked to a lot of people that think that demons are kind of passed on through sexual trauma, through rape, through molestation. Is there any validity to that you know of?
Passed on is not the right word. The person doing the raping can have demons and probably does. Mm-hmm. There's a defection there that they've allowed something in that's now causing them to hurt people. Obviously, it's not natural. But then the person who gets abused, I wouldn't say those demons are going over to that person. But what happens is the person in trauma has a giant wound that needs to be healed. And in every exorcism and every deliverance, the other side of the coin is healing. There's always a hurt that is occurring with the deliverance. And the healing has to happen before the demon can be cast out. And so if the person never gets the healing, they can go in through that wound and manifest themselves within that person. They don't like to be disembodied. And so they get into the person through the wound. The person can be very angry at what happened, legitimately, can be angry at God, legitimately. But if there's never a forgiveness or a healing, that's where they really nestle in and take up house.
Okay, so that was a bit interesting, where he's talking about, I remember watching the movie The Rite. Have you ever watched that with Anthony Hopkins? Where he's basically an exorcist.
Oh, The Rite.
I've
not seen it, but I think
out in Rome or whatever, and he's a pretty well-known, experienced exorcist, and there's a kid from America, a young man, who's living life like we all do, drinking, fornicating, all that sort of stuff. And then he's got this calling to God. He's going to the Vatican, priesthood, and all that sort of stuff. And then the first girl, he takes him on this journey to like teach him exorcism. Anthony Hopkins teaching the guy. The girl that they first meet, literally Anthony Hopkins asked the demon, how did you get into her? And he said and she was pregnant, this girl. And then they find out that her father, not the baby's father, disappeared, like ran off. So what he did was but the father raped the daughter. So naturally planted the seed, and through that seed, the demon entered into do you get it?
When you say planted the seed, as in actually planted the seed?
Yeah. Because she's pregnant from her father, who disappeared after he did it.
Oh no.
Yeah, okay. Did you get it?
Yeah.
So he's abused his own daughter basically, and at the same time got her pregnant. And in that moment, that's when the demons entered and he saw the sin there, and I'm going to enter into this girl and take her through this way.
It's crazy.
Yeah, so that's kind of thing what he's touching on right now, if that makes sense. I just wanted to put that in there a little bit. If just people still weren't quite getting what he's trying to say, is that through the sin being committed, it could be he's saying basically it's either the person doing the abuse, committing the abuse, is possessed as well. Well, might walk around like a normal human being, but inside they've got that possession, it's already there. And then it's passed on to the victim as well.
No, I agree. I mean, he said like they come in through the wounds. So if there's a sexual wound, whether
that's one way of doing it, right?
Then they can come in. I didn't understand when he said not going to church on a Sunday is a mortal sin or is it a moral sin. I was like,
yeah, I'm not.
It's a bit extreme, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit. Yeah, I think that's a bit extreme because who says like you can't pray from home?
This is what I was touching on earlier about how the Catholic Church actually came about, and it's if we can keep them coming in every Sunday with this fear of hell and fear of God's going to reject them if they don't do it.
Yeah.
And then we have the control of the population. Add in that they have to pay tithe and, give donations. The church is winning. But
that's
a whole other
conversation,
thing in it. But in terms of, of course, sexual sin and wounds.
I think he's just explaining that sin trauma is a way for them to enter.
Absolutely, yeah, of course.
And I just thought that was interesting what he was saying there. And it just makes you think with the amount of sexual assaults that happen on a day-to-day basis, depending on which country you're in and what city you're living in. And you think, well, okay, if that's the case, then how many people are really possessed? Even at a lower vibration level. Do you get it?
Yeah, for sure.
If that's what you're saying, right? So when you think about crimes being committed at a lower vibration level, because there's clearly levels to this is the point I want to get into now, is quickly before we move on, which is these people we think that they're just sick individuals, potentially, but if you're going to look at it from a spiritual point of view and all this demonic point of view and paranormal, whatever you want to call it, from his point of view, it's very much, actually, are you possessed at a low vibration level, though? Not like what you see in the movies, like there's 12 demons inside of one person. Yeah. Like there's one demon maybe possessing you right now, and you've gone and committed this sin, mortal sin. It's interesting anyway, but let's see what else he has to say.
No, I think it's true, yeah.
So it's not the same demon that caused the rape. It's a new set.
Okay. That makes sense. Let's move on. One more question. How are people selected, or are they selected to be possessed?
For possession. Again, there's no science that we can just say this happens all the time or that happens all the time. I think if too much curiosity can be a bad thing. Curiosity is not a virtue. So there's people that spend hours a day on YouTube just digging deeper into darkness and occult and black masses and desecration of the Eucharist and all these horrible things. And again, the demons can inflame our passions and put thoughts in our head that can twist things. So we are thinking one thing. I had one guy who was possessed. He went on YouTube and tried to open his third eye through a video and felt the demon go into him through the YouTube video. No disrespect to YouTube, but that's what he did. His name is John. I worked with him for 2 years, and we never got him fully liberated. So obviously, with the advent of our culture, we all have a phone in our hand now with access to both good and evil. The phone's neutral, but you can use it for bad things, and you can get into bad things with it. I would say the reason 3 times Our Lady. So back to Medjugorje. Medjugorje is this place where she's been appearing to these 6 kids since 1981. So 43 years, every day, the Blessed Mother appears to at least 3 of these children. 3 of them have all 10 secrets. They only see her once a year. And we don't need to get into the mechanics of all that. But at least 3 of them are seeing her every day for 43 years. Something is happening. Like if heaven is trying to alert the world that there's a problem like never before. And she said on 3 occasions in these messages she gives to the world, Satan is at an all-time high. this is the most evil generation since the inception of man. Worse than the flood. Worse than Sodom and Gomorrah now. And I think part of that has to do with the fact that we can instantly communicate with everybody around the world, and we are propagating sin in a way we never used to. If you wanted to have a sexual sin, you had to go do it with somebody. But now we can just open a phone and do things on the phone. And Los Angeles is California, but mostly Los Angeles, #1 exporter of pornography to the whole world. Something like 65% of it's all made in California. We should be not only ashamed of that statistic as Americans, but fearful for the kind of things that they're opening up to the country with that kind of filth with the demonic world. And then you look at the rest of Hollywood and how there's a lot of other problems. I just saw Nicole Kidman has a new movie coming out who alleges to be Catholic. They almost gave it an X rating. In our day and age, imagine that. So they had to cut stuff to get it down to R, but she has a preoccupation, it's having an affair, but also preoccupation with sex with animals. So we're going to a whole new level. And this is a mainstream film that teenagers are going to watch and maybe get hooked into something even darker. Okay, this is my issue with Hollywood. Do not tell me you're Catholic and then produce such filth and drag other people into your mess and then come to church on Sunday and sit in the pew. Excuse me. It's not okay. We put up with it with the politicians for long enough, but the Hollywood has to be held accountable too. Like, they're hurting the kids. They're hurting them. They're opening these doors to horrible things that they should never see. Very, very bad.
I know we're trying to cut out the swearing, but that's fucked up.
That's fucked up. Yeah.
Like,
that's some real deep stuff though. Like, I do think we are in probably the darkest times, probably the most evil. As he just mentioned, we're so connected.
I have to agree with that, man.
It really is. You know, like, I mean, he's hit the nail.
And it feels like, you know what? Since COVID, it feels like everything's ramped up.
It's gone a lot worse. Yeah, it's been increasing.
I'm not talking about ramped up by 1%, 10%. I feel like 1,000% ramped up.
The degeneracy is mad.
It's just crazy everywhere. It's like it feels like they always say that Hollywood's like Babylon, right? Is the Babylon, the modern day Babylon, right? And it feels like that's exploded onto the world scene, and it feels like the world has now become Babylon of old.
Yeah.
There's
maybe even worse.
There's good people within it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying there ain't, but it just feels like majority of the people out there are involved in some sort of form of degeneracy, even at a lower level.
I mean, he said it's worse than Sodom and Gomorrah. And
I don't know that story though.
So the story goes, there was this land, Sodom and Gomorrah, and God was threatening to. They were full of sin. Like the people were sinful, and God was threatening to wipe them out. So he sent these two angels to come give a message, like, guys, you need to calm down. And he went to these two beings, whether they be angels or Anunnaki gods, whatever spin on it. But there's these two guys. They came down and they went to one of the locals that was quite good, like a good family.
Yeah.
And they said, look, you know, come on in, we'll feed you and stuff like that. And he was giving them a warning saying, God's going to destroy this place. You guys need to go now.
Yeah.
First they were officiating. They were checking whether the place was really as bad. They said to God, look, give us 24 hours. We're going to see if it's really that bad. Don't wipe it out just yet. There are still some people there. You know, even if it's like 2% of the population that are good.
We need to get them out, yeah.
I think they asked God, they said, would you wipe it out if there was 1,000 families that were good? And he said, no. What about 100 families? No. Okay, I'll spare it. I'll spare the city. And he was like, what about if there's like 10? He's like, you know, if there's less than 10, basically just take them out. So he went to one of these families, these two beings, and as soon as the city knew that these guys were there, and this is in the Bible, the people, like rioters, like the crowd came to the house and were banging on the door, like, give us those two people. We want to have sex with them. Like, these are men, yeah. These are men, and they're like banging on the door saying, "Give them to us." These visitors, these alien gods, whatever, these angels, we want to fuck them. Like, it was explicit like that in the book.
Oh wow!
And the people and the family that was holding them was like, no, you don't understand. Like, you can't. And they were getting really violent. And then the angels were like to the family, God's had it. This place is going to be wiped out. Whatever you do, don't look back. And as the family were fleeing, I think it was the mother, she turned around, she looked at it, and she turned into salt, like she turned into stone, and the rest of them were like, kept on going. Then that's the story. There was this sinful city that God had to wipe out.
Why did she turn to salt though?
I don't know, but how did God wipe it out? We could be talking about an atom bomb here or something. We could be talking about some sort of...
We've talked about ancient technology before.
Ancient technology of maybe just wiped it out using some sort of explosion.
Honestly, I believe obviously Hinduism was definitely, there was a lot of ancient technology. Which has gone missing now.
And when she looked at it turned her to salt, maybe, or turned her to a rock. I don't know what kind of technology can do that, can petrify a person, but...
Yeah. That's literally what it did to that city.
To that city, just wiped it out, obliterated it. But the sin that, when I was reading it, they've got these two angels basically coming into the town, and all of them were like, we're gonna rape them basically. Let's go, let's gay rape them.
That's shit, man.
And that wasn't grounds for we're gonna wipe this whole place out. But we look at it today, and what kind of actions are going on. You're talking about how many people are getting raped, and depending on what country you're in, and we're talking about Hollywood and California, 65% export of porn, and how many kids are getting abused and stuff. We are probably definitely in worse times, and it begs the question.
You look at human trafficking, you look at grooming, or whatever you want to call it.
Even the LGBT movement on the negative side, as I said, like on the where what we were talking about at the very beginning of the episode in terms of choosing your gender, and as I said, do what you want in it, but when it's starting to harm people, whether it's a sin or not, we are in some dangerous times. And the question is then, is God going to set a reset? Is he going to wipe us out? Is there going to be another flood? Is there going to be another Sodom and Gomorrah
situation,
bomb explosion? I don't know. But it is scary to think that we are in darker times. Feels like it.
But to me, it does. I feel like it definitely is. It definitely, I agree with what he's saying. Like, he's not saying it. He's saying, obviously, a holy spirit of a mother or whatever, whoever, I don't know the lady, I don't know much about Christianity, but he's referring to a saint, I'm guessing. But I agree with the statement that we are living in the most sinful time. Definitely, it's probably worse than it was back then. Before when Noah's Ark and wiped it out with a flood, right?
I mean, what's the basic commandments? Don't kill, don't steal, love your parents, love your neighbors.
Don't commit adultery.
Don't covet another man's wife.
Yeah. I think, is it land as well?
Yeah.
Don't seek to seek someone else's land or someone along that line.
Every commandment is being broken
right now.
Every second, yeah. Every second.
When you're involved in war and you're taking someone else's land or their resources,
yeah,
you're not supposed to have it, right? That area, those people in that area are supposed to have that. It's a weird one, isn't it? Like, but yeah, no, I agree with it. When he said that, I was like, that's deep.
Oh man,
that's deep. It's effed up. And
yeah, it's effed up, man.
The thing is that people go about it, they don't even realise it. They think it's okay. Or some people don't. Some people are kicking off about it. But I think. I think very much there's and I've spoken this about but loads of times. There's literally no unity as well. There's groups here and there, and they all have their ideologies, but
it's a godless world at the moment. I think a lot of people don't.
I think so,
and that stems from the science and the people that control that, and the media and the Hollywoods and stuff. But finding God and believing in a God is the first step to coming out of it. But atheism is growing. A lot of people doubt, and they don't see sin as a problem.
Yeah, but like I said, like I said it earlier on that I'm becoming closer with God in a weird way. not in a weird way, but like in a sense, like when I was your age, I probably wasn't as close. And now I'm older, I'm understanding it a bit better. I'm getting closer. But I do feel like sometimes when you get closer to God, you feel an energy that isn't necessarily God around you as well. Does that make sense? It's weird.
What do you mean? Like, just
so you know how he touched on, like he said, like he feels like he's being attacked because you've chosen a side. And I feel like I'm at that point where I feel I've chosen a side, and I feel like I don't know. I can't say whether I've been attacked, but I feel like, you know, when you feel like there's another presence maybe trying to pull you in the other direction all the time. And say, no, you don't want to go there. You want to do this. That.
Yeah, the battle's hard. I mean, Denzel Washington has a great speech on that, doesn't he? Where he says, like, if you're favored by God, you're also favored by the devil. And
well, no, it was Tyson who said that one, isn't it? I think.
Okay.
Yeah. So Tyson. No, he said, if you're Denzel says, if you're not being tested, if you're being ignored,
if you're being ignored, then you're doing.
If you're being ignored by the devil, then you're doing what he wants. That's why. Oh no, don't touch him. He's my favorite.
Yeah.
Oh no. But if you're being attacked by the devil, if you're being attacked by demons and the other that side, he goes, it's because you're doing something right. Yeah. You're with God. Yeah, and they have to attack that. Yeah. And then Mike Tyson said to Francis Ngannou, he said that, he goes, you know, you're favored by God, right? And he's sitting there going, yeah. And he goes, but when you're favored by God, you're also favored by the devil.
Real.
Yeah. And he's like, he goes, you leave with the one you came with. Basically is what he says to him. You leave with the one that you came with. So you came with God into this world with God, you leave with God. That's the advice he was giving him. Because Mike's had his fair shares of battles in that sense, I'm guessing, as well as spiritually.
Yeah,
but I do feel like that. I feel like as I'm starting to get closer and closer to God, and I'm constantly thinking about God, and even my day to day, like even when I'm commuting or whatever I'm doing throughout the day, when I'm working out, I'm thinking of God. I do feel like there's something that's trying to pull you back the other way.
Yeah, and with that as well, I think on a world scale, I think there is it's like a seesaw scale between good and evil. And the more we tip to one side, and if we're saying that we're in the most evil time now, it's going to have to snap back. Like balance has to...
Yeah,
we'll always
seek
balance. Yeah. And so we can expect a hard correction in our lifetime, probably. Well, we've seen it's ramping up, isn't it? But there will be some big event that's going to shift everything.
Yeah, you just wonder what that looks like, though, isn't it? I mean,
it will be
right now we're primed for war, man. World War III, we're primed for it, which is freaking scary, man.
Geological destruction as well. I mean, if they can control the weather, they can also, they can create earthquakes, they can create tsunamis, It's going to be interesting times, scary times, hopeful times.
Let's see. Right, let's move on to the next clip. Yeah. Cool. So the next clip is really him giving stories of exorcism. Actually, like his exorcism stories. Thought it'd just be interesting to hear some of that and give our thoughts. We might bust a bit of a joke on it as well, but let's just play that clip now. Yeah.
Let's move into some of the other exorcisms that just really were a challenge or stand out to you.
The only time I've been physically attacked was once. Again, it was another woman who was manifesting a snake on the floor, crawling like a serpent. I have a guy with me who's supposed to be my bodyguard, and
are the bodyguards other priests?
No, they can be, but in this case, it wasn't.
Okay.
This was another Spanish person who didn't speak English, so I needed a translator as well. So I had this gentleman from the Spanish community who is a good guy. And at one point, as I'm doing my prayers and she's slithering across the floor, her head flies back like that and she's staring at me. And she's sort of got like the snake eyes, which are like, I think, vertical instead of like ours are this way. And there's slits and they're yellow. And I just kind of looked at her and I immediately thought, this isn't good. Something is happening. And she flew off the floor without using her hands and her feet, and was immediately in front of me and grabbed my stole. So I have a stole on, which is a piece of fabric that goes around my neck, and she starts choking me. And she's not a big girl. She's like maybe 120 pounds, but she has a grip that I can't break. So I start looking over to him, and I'm like, come on. And he looks at me, he's like, no. And I'm like, are you kidding me? This is your one job. And he's like, I'm not coming in. So I just then focused and I said, in the name of Jesus, stop. And she fell back on the floor and went back to her slithering. And I backed up a few feet and continued. But that's the one and only time I've been physically attacked.
How much fear do you feel when you're doing these?
None. Because my attitude is, if God is giving me this ministry to help his people, he's going to show up. And why would he allow them to hurt me unless it's for my own education and learning? Like, sometimes you learn by mistake. So that can, like that case, like, I don't know what I did wrong. I think I didn't vet the guy in the room with me enough. Maybe the Lord was trying to tell me, you got to pick these people a little more careful. I don't know. I'm friends with a priest who had 300-pound men in the room with him. And again, it was a woman. And she reached over and with one hand lifted one of the guys between his legs and threw him 10 yards with one hand, 300 pounds.
Wow.
Yeah, think about that. So it's not the person's strength. It's clearly supernatural.
When you get called to perform an exorcism, I mean, how does it happen?
That's a great question.
Like a 911 call, right?
When I first started, I kind of had such a pity for these people, such a sorrow for what they're going through, that I would drop everything and just, that became, come today, we'll help you. Now, having said that, we never do exorcisms at night in the middle of the woods at somebody's home, which is like what the movies would have you think. Mm-hmm. It's in the church, usually in the chapel, at my discretion and during the day when there's daylight. We're going to tip the scale in my favor, my territory. But what I was doing was I was getting so caught up in these cases, and they were just coming in faster and faster. And I was just spinning my wheels. So I eventually talked to my mentor, and he goes, oh, no. He's going to wear you out just by sending you fake cases and cases that aren't even real, and people that are just there to just tie your time up and make you a big bag of exhaustion. Get on a process. So the process is somebody makes contact with me saying, I think I have a possessed person, or I am a possessed person. I say, okay, give me your email. I'm going to send you a spiritual intake form. Complete it and send it back to me. Step one. Now, sometimes the person is in such a state they can't do that. And I'm fine. Let your mother do it. Let your brother do it. Let somebody in your family do it. Then I look at it and I put them on a prayer protocol. If they're Catholic, I want them to come in and go to confession. If they're not Catholic, we will have other things we can do for them. And we get them praying and putting an order into their life because they're severely disordered. Like at this point, most of them don't have a job. Relationships have folded. They're sitting in their basement just all day long, like having their head spin with all these crazy thoughts. No, we're going to put order back. Order is from God. The demons don't like order. And so just by putting a routine in their life, a lot of times so the demons start to back off. And then if they're doing the prayers as I ask them to, and then if they can go to confession, if they're Catholic, maybe 50% of the time that breaks whatever was with them off them and they're fine. The ones that need more help, then they come into me for an initial meeting on, what we're going to do for them. And I'll try doing deliverance prayers without the rite of exorcism. And if that helps them, and usually it does, then they're kind of set free, but they have to reconnect to God. And this is the point that a lot of people don't want to do. I don't want to go back to church. It's not my thing. Okay, but the person delivering you is Jesus. I'm just standing there in persona. If you're telling me you don't want to connect with him, then I'm not going to do the ministry because they're going to leave and come back worse when you don't reconnect with God, because you're no longer under his umbrella protection. If you're going to hang out over here and you don't come under his umbrella, I'm not doing the ministry, because they're just going to whack you even harder when they come back. So we're done. Some of them will then say, okay, I'll go back, but they don't. And then I get another phone call in a month. It's worse. I go, I told you it would be worse. You didn't listen. Are you serious now? Yes, I'm serious. I'm going to go back to church. Okay, go back and then call me. And then we'll start. Because it's not magic. It's relationship. He's got the power. Like I said in the beginning, like, we want to be his best friend. He wants to be our best friend. Like, what a great deal. Like, the author of salvation wants to be your best friend, the one who has all the power. This is the strong man, Jesus. Like, why wouldn't you want to be his friend? And when we are his friend, we're protected. You know, he kind of keeps things at bay and away from us until we go out straying and looking for those things ourselves. So that's a hard thing for people to understand. I had a woman who was so physically crippled by these spirits. She was hunched over like an old lady. She said, I'm not ready to go back to church. I go, all right, good luck. Call me when you're ready. Another 6 months she calls. She's practically, can't even move. She's so debilitated. So me and another exorcist went with me to her home. Since I already had met with her, I kind of knew she had a real problem. We brought a witness with us as well, a woman. It's always a woman if it's a woman who needs help. And I do the prayers, and she's completely set free. And she stands up, and she's fully erect as a normal person. She's not hunched over anymore. Her countenance is back. Like, she looks like she's peaceful, happy, smiling. Her eyes are bright. Like, it's a different person. And I'm like, how many years ago we should have been done doing this, and you waited? But thank God you finally did it. But it can be all consuming.
Yeah, it sounds like it. I mean, how do you determine if it's a possession or if it's a mental health issue?
Well, the Code of Canon Law says I have to have moral certitude. It's kind of a vague statement. So if they have supernatural strength, we know that's one. So if I see somebody, throw a 300-pound man with one hand, I'm like, that's not her. If they have a deep-seated aversion to things that are holy, that's another telltale sign. There's 3 of them. That's 2. The third one is if they have knowledge of things they could never know. So the most obvious cases that probably we've all seen, if you've been doing this long enough, is, you can get a 20-year-old person who has a fairly low degree of education, like they barely can read and write, and then suddenly during their deliverance prayers, they start screaming at me in Latin. And I'm just like, hold on. Pretty sure this little kid here doesn't know Latin or Greek or any other ancient language. So those would be big signs. For me personally, so like in my break room, the big water jugs, like I don't know how many gallons they are, 20, 30 gallon jugs. The water that I drink is holy water. So I make that holy water. It has the exorcism salt in it. So on the first time I meet an alleged victim, I bring them into the break room and I say, hey, it's hot outside. I'm going to grab some water. You want some water? They almost always say yes, because people are basically polite, even if they're afflicted, and they go to drink the water. If they immediately have a reaction to that water, I know this is real, because the person had no idea that was holy water. Probably wouldn't even know what holy water is half the time, because they're usually not Catholic. I had a girl take one sip and she passed out and fell down on the floor completely. I said, okay, bingo, we got one.
Wow.
So you can do things like this. I will also keep a pyx in my pocket. It's a little gold, I don't know what you call it. It's a little case made out of gold. And we put the Blessed Sacrament in there when we go to see the sick. And then when I'm ministering to that person, I open the pyx and I give them Holy Communion. They receive it. And that's what we carry around to bring communion to people. So if I'm interviewing somebody that says they're possessed, and about halfway through the interview, I pull out the pyx and I open it, and they see the host. And then if they start raging and going crazy, I say, okay, you can relax, because that's an unconsecrated host. That's a piece of bread. So I think it's more of a psychological issue you're having, not demonic. Because the
Interesting.
demon would know. That's just bread.
Interesting. Wow.
Interesting how they have to cancel things out, which they're right as well, because it could be just a head thing, right?
But even stuff like schizophrenia and is actually possible, is them hearing a different frequency. Obviously, if they're hearing voices in their head, mainstream science will say, "Oh no, they're crazy. Give them some pills that will suppress that." But back in the day, in scripture times, if you heard voices in your head, you were in contact with spirits. So a lot of the mental health illnesses today is still on a spiritual side. But yeah, definitely exorcisms and possessions is a whole another. It's another level. Have you ever seen anything like that?
I've never experienced it. I've had a friend, one of my mates, his back in India, the village his family's from. He said his sister was cursed by a local witch once. I've not personally seen or experienced any of this stuff myself. I've heard stories from other people. I remember one of my other mates told me his cousin with a mate or something got drunk one day. They went into a graveyard at 12 o'clock, came back out of the graveyard, and the car that they were in, because of drink driving, which was even stupider, was totally smashed to pieces. Like smashed windows, everything. Blah, 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 blah. And then he had to call him and said, "Look, come pick us up. The car's been wrecked." He goes, "Where are you?" He goes, "Outside the graveyard." He's like, so he's gone with him, and he goes, "So you lot went in there clowning around basically, and then you've come out and the car smashed. So clearly you pissed off potentially the spirits maybe, and they thought, oh, we'll teach you a lesson. Smash the car up."
Crazy.
But I've heard stories like that. I've not witnessed. I think I explained to you once I had my own little haunting once years ago. That was weird. I remember it was really, really weird, that one. That experience was really weird. Like only now when I think about it, it freaks me out. So I think it initially started with the hay. You will be thinking like, what do you mean the hay? In bed, sleep, just about to go to sleep, close my eyes, about to drift into early stages of sleep. You know what that bit is, where you're about to just nod off. And it felt like something crawled up the side of my body and said, in my ear, this is why now I can't sleep without the duvet over my ear, and just said, "Hey."
Fuck.
And I was like, what the fuck? And my eyes just went,
Nah.
no, I'm being serious.
That's mad.
It actually happened to me. And then it was really weird. It got progressively worse. The next incident was weird because I was sleeping. So basically in my flat then, I'm downsized since then, yeah. So obviously in terms of flat size from back then, there's a 1-bedroom flat. So when you came through the front door, the first room you saw was in front of you, which is a door, and then there's a room, and that was a bedroom. So literally I'm sleeping right next to the front door. In the middle of the night, all I'm hearing is like a scratching noise. It's like a scratching noise. Like, not a scratching, a scraping noise. Like something's scraping, yeah? And I woke up and I was like, what the hell's that? Like kind of thing, yeah? And I'm like deep in sleep. I'm coming out of deep sleep. This is woken me out of deep sleep. I'm like, what is that? And then I could hear it outside the door. So I'm then going, what the hell is that? And I've opened the door. And remember, it's dark, right? So the only light that's coming through into the hallway is there's a little window in the door and the front door, and the light from the outside in the hallway is coming in. But it's not much. And I'm looking left and looking right, looking left. What is that? I can hear the scratching. I look down. And so there's two. Obviously, you've got the normal standard key that you open up the door with the lock.
Yeah.
Then at the bottom, you've got the old bolt lock type thing, the old-fashioned keys. And remember, they have a keyhole flap, don't they, or cover?
Yeah.
That thing is swinging left to right, full.
Nah.
And I just... It didn't freak me out. No wind. No nothing. No windows open. No windows open, bruv. No windows open.
Freak out.
No windows open. I looked down. I thought, huh? In my head, because I'm just working out a deep sleep. Yeah, so I'm like dazed and confused a little bit. Yeah, I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, and I just looked down and I thought, grabbed it and I pulled it off. Yeah, threw it in the bin. Went back to bed.
So that.
Just ignored it. I just thought, fucking, maybe the wind was blowing through the whole key.
Yeah.
It was only the next day. I was like,
that's weird.
next day, nah, something ain't right in there, yeah?
Right, yeah.
And then I started having these dreams and stuff like that, yeah, which was really weird. And I remember talking to an ex-girlfriend, and she said, my mate's got a book on dreams. And she comes up, she goes, is that anxiety? I go, I'm not anxious about anything right now, though. I'm not stressed out about anything. So why am I anxious? She goes, sometimes you can't see some anxiety. And I'm like, oh, okay, fine. But these were weird dreams, like where I was in bed and I'm being put into a lock, like my arms like being locked into place and something's holding me and I can't move and it's like bear hugging me kind of thing. I'm not trying to get, and it would take me a while and then bam, I break free from it. Yeah, and there was one where even when this was a weird one because I don't even know if I was awake or asleep or what. I break through it. I look at the mirror, which is on the wall. I have a mirror, a dressing mirror. Mm-hmm. And I feel like I saw something in the mirror. So I've leapt out of bed and punched the mirror. But then I woke up in the bed. And I'm like, okay, did that just happen? It was weird things like this happening. There's one was even where I was like being tossed around the ceiling and just weird shit. And I told my mate about it in the end. I go, these dreams are getting worse. And he goes, talk me through it. And he goes, all right, cool. He goes, all right, come with me. We're going. We're going to go see my mum. He goes, Mum, blah, 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 I'm having these weird dreams and these weird things are happening. So she gives me like a little bottle of holy water. And then he goes, put that over your bed at night before you go to bed. I was like, oh, okay. So I started using it.
Yeah.
And then it did calm down. Don't get me wrong. But then there was other things I started experiencing later on down the line, like something hovering over me at night and things like that, which I don't really experience much now. And this is where I touched on a minute ago. I felt like something pulls me back or was trying to pull me in on another direction every time So I don't know whether I'm sensitive to things like that, but it was weird, man. It was weird.
No, sounds it.
It fucking freaked me out. It still freaks me out now.
Damn.
Like that was freaky. But then I remember when I spoke to my ex-girlfriend, right? And she's the one who told me about, let me look in this book, and my friend's got a book on it. I'll ask her. She told me, she goes, whenever we used to sleep at your place, I couldn't sleep at night. I felt like someone was watching me.
She said that.
She said that. She goes, I felt like someone was watching me at night. She goes, I didn't sleep comfortably.
That's not good.
That was weird. And I was like, really? I go, you never told me. She goes, I'm not going to say that to you, am I? She goes, but now you're bringing this up. She goes, yeah. She goes, I feel like someone was watching me at night.
Crazy,
right?
But at least it wasn't a possession. Because but
it was something weird. You don't know, but I said to my mate, I said, I go, it feels like it's scary, but it's mild. He goes, yeah, that's how they start back there.
That's how it starts.
I go, but it's like, I said it happened. I go, it doesn't feel like it's, he goes, it takes time. He goes, it can build to worse than that. He goes, it usually starts slow. He goes, starts little things like that, and then now you're having little weird dreams or you're getting weird feelings, and next minute before you know it, it's getting extra. He goes, best thing to do is not pay attention to it and encourage it.
That's the thing as well, yeah.
Where I've seen a lot of videos with like that guy, Casper site, and people encouraging the damn shadow thing that they're seeing in their bathroom or whatever it is, and it's like, you mad? Like they start recording, he goes like things like recording, making videos of it or the activity that's going on, you're encouraging the behaviour.
Yeah, it's true.
Whereas rather if you just ignore it,
it'll eventually
you just go, well, you're not bothering me, or clearly not getting.
Can't give it any power.
Yeah, you're not giving it any power, but they get their power from the fear they set in you. So the more fear you're feeling, the more scared you are. I'm getting stronger now because you're giving me that energy.
That is true. It's the fear, and that's why.
That's why he was asking that question. He goes, no. He goes, I don't do that. He goes, because then I'm giving the power to the possessed, which is interesting. But yeah, my story was weird, man. Freaky. Like even like sometimes. And then when I moved from there, it became more of like I felt like something was hovering over the top of me, and then I was like looking into things like vertigo because I was feeling like that on my feet. I was feeling like I was experiencing maybe a little bit of vertigo. I never went to a doctor about it. I thought it's not a biggie, man. I'm all right. But then I looked at it, and then someone said, "Oh yeah, my doctor said I experienced vertigo in my sleep." I go, "Oh, maybe that's what I'm experiencing." Then I just put it to that. I thought, just go to bed.
Yeah, but vertigo doesn't say, "Hey."
Hey, that was freaky dicky. No, the floating stuff.
Yeah.
That happened like after I left there, like when I felt like something was hovering over me. Yeah, that was later. Yeah, the hay thing the two things were like separate experiences in a sense. But the hay thing, that one. Fuck. Remember, I was probably early 20s. That freaked me out. That one, my eyes just went in bed. You know, like you can imagine, like if this was a horror movie, my eyes would be like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
It was fucking creepy, man. And I think the two things that freaked me out the most was the hay and the fucking keyhole.
Keyholes, yeah, that's crazy. Because there's no reason.
I laugh at it, man, as well, because in the moment I didn't freak. I
Yeah.
just grabbed it for fuck's sake, and I went back to bed because I was pissed off. I've woken up.
Yeah.
I want to go back to bed. Yeah. So I just pulled it off in the end, thinking, oh, it's the wind. Bang. Split second. Bam. Went back to bed. Fell asleep. But then it started getting worse, and I thought, oh shit. And then you look back at those two incidences, and you're like, oh shit. Was it me? Was it me? Was it my mind playing tricks on me, or was something really going on here? And then when I told my mate, he was like, no. We need to go see my mum. Let's go. Because he's Hindu as well. So, yeah. Have you had any experience with it?
I have, yeah. I don't know if I'm comfortable saying it on record out loud, but like, in the Philippines, there's a lot of stuff like that.
In India, yeah, a lot of that shit happens as well, yeah.
It does happen. I mean, I've seen it where a man who physically isn't able to walk, with a walking stick,
Yeah.
and then not a priest, but a healer comes in, puts incense all around the room, says prayers, and this old guy's laying on the floor, and he literally gets that superhuman strength where and the healer's wrestling with him like a crocodile,
Oh, shit.
and his eyes went black, and and he's saying like, spirit, come out, like, who are you? And then the whole thing was crazy. And then once the guy extracted the spirit, the old man didn't remember anything. And he was standing up like normal again. But I've seen some crazy. I was still a really young kid in it, and I saw this, and I was like, "That is insane."
Yeah.
But it is real stuff. I also find it interesting that it is biblical scriptures that expels it. It really is like by calling for Jesus and calling for God that gets the spirit out, or that repels the spirit, the demons. Why not any other religion? Like any other, you couldn't say any other.
I would say like back then, because I was early 20s, whatever like that, I believed in God, but was I close enough to God? And had I realised back that in what I know now, which is call out for God. Just I said, God help me.
That really works in sleep paralysis as well.
You just say, God help me, and suddenly you're like, oh, okay, God heard me.
Because
he's waiting. He's waiting. Ask for my help, and I'll help you. Believe in me. That's literally how I take it.
True, though. It's
is
true.
that God is asking. People say, well, why does God allow it, or why doesn't God act straight away? It's because God's waiting for
He's giving you free will.
to say. He's giving you free will, but he's also waiting for you to say, help me.
Yeah.
And show belief in God. And a lot of people then start becoming more, not necessarily religious, but have more faith in God, give themselves a bit to more God in their own way, whatever that way they choose to do that in. And that obviously helps them and gives them that protection they need from God as well, which is what he's exactly saying. There's that like, all right, cool, you don't want to go back to church? Call me when you're ready. But it's going to get worse if you don't. And then he gets a call like, I told you, you ready now? All right, let's commence.
Yeah.
So yeah, like even in India, like I've heard loads of stories, man, over the years. Like there's loads of stories, man. But we're all day if I told you.
Yeah, that's the thing. It is real stuff. And
but here, you know what?
You're
not expecting here, like in Western worlds, right? Where especially with white people, I feel like like there's an element that they don't believe in it and all that sort of stuff. But then it's like where I go back to where people commit crimes. Or where you're behaving maybe a little bit narcissistically, or you're not living your life in the right way, and they said that maybe at work you're screwing people over to get to the top, all that sort of stuff. That in itself could be an influence from demons and stuff like that.
Maybe, yeah.
Influencing you to do and behave that way. Yeah, because they're saying, well, you're willing to sell your soul, yeah? Oh, okay, cool. We'll accept it. Here you go.
Yeah, it's all over. Yeah, it's everywhere in all different forms.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. All right, cool. Let's move on to the next bit, which let me just bring it up because my phone here has gone. The next one, he talks about is satanic ritual abuse. You ever heard of that?
Nah, I mean, I know satanic rituals, but what do you mean by
Satanic
abuse?
ritual abuse.
There's people
I'll let him explain
All
that.
right, go on.
Yeah, but like it's a good one to chop up, I think, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, in Hollywood, a lot of times we see the demon kind of proclaim who they are. Sometimes it seems like there's multiple demons. Is
Almost always.
Almost always.
I've never had a case that was one demon. They're multiple, and the higher up on the totem pole, the quieter they are. The lowest guy is always the one that does the talking until we can get to that top guy.
What is the most you've seen?
In terms of I don't know, dozens.
In one person? How do you? I mean, so how does it work? Is it one is released one by one, and the names keep
again,
coming?
It's not a science like that. Like they have to follow that protocol. Generally speaking, if the person possessed or has obsession or oppression really wants them out, and they renounce whatever they did to let them in. So let's say they make something up. Played with a Ouija board, and somehow these things went into them. And they were looking for supernatural communication with whatever. So it wasn't an accident. Then they have to say, they're sorry for that sin of idolatry, of seeking false gods, and they renounce that sin. And if they're Catholic, they can be absolved. And then they say, in Jesus' name, now I want nothing to do with these demons. Well, now they have nothing to hook into because her will is involved, and God honors the will a lot. And they may not go immediately, but eventually they have to go, and they know they do. And they generally leave from the lowest to the highest, and the little ones kind of just flutter away quickly until you're dealing with who's the kingpin here. And in the old rite of exorcism before Vatican II, the priest asked two questions of the demon. What is your name? Under penalty of Jesus Christ, tell me your name. And what is the date you've been assigned to leave this person? And they usually have to answer that unless there's something else going on we're not aware of. Like the person who's the victim has opened other doors that they're not telling us that they're also hooked into. You know what I mean?
Like what kind of doors?
So maybe they're also doing witchcraft and we don't know that, but they're actively practicing it. And they're actively putting spells on people, and but they're not telling us that. Well, those demons know we don't have to go because this person's still doing our thing. It's our thing. They're in our tent. So perfect example. Have you heard of satanic ritual abuse? SRAs?
No.
So just like parents can take the authority to baptize a child by the parent's authority, the baby gets baptized, so too the devil mimics everything God does, and so too can evil happen, where a person or a grandfather can take a baby and offer it to the devil, and then satanic ritual abuse of the child. Usually they have some kind of sexual act on the child.
Oh, man.
And offer that child to the devil for power, that they would gain some power in some way, or wealth, or whatever. And oftentimes the parent doesn't even know, although they figure it out pretty quickly because the child immediately starts having problems and night terrors and suicide thoughts and all these horrible things come in. We had a case of a woman from Rome who was part of a religious order, a well-known religious order. And they said, we don't know what happened to her, but suddenly she is possessed and we need to send her for help. So she winds up with our group in Omaha. We had her for over a year, where she's getting daily prayer, daily deliverance, daily intercessory prayer, and praying over her. It took a year. And it was only when we found out, because part of the process is there's teams that lift her up every day and ask the Lord, should we be praying for here? What has to go? And it kept coming back to a father figure in her life. So we finally called her family and said, look, there's something we don't know here. Did something happen to her as a baby? And then the mother said there was a family member who did something evil to her, some kind of satanic blood ceremony, and did consecrate her to the devil. And I'm like, I wasn't the lead on the case. It was my superior. It's kind of like, why do you think hiding that from us is going to help your daughter? Like, why wouldn't you just come clean? It wasn't you. But they're so embarrassed and ashamed that they hid it. So once we understood what we were dealing with, we had to go back to take her back through her time as an infant and walk her through the process of when the evil is happening, that God was still watching over her and looking for her day of deliverance that was coming now. And when she took that healing, when she embraced the healing and the love, then the thing left. But it took over a year. But again, it was not her fault. She did nothing wrong herself. As people hear that, they get a little angry, like, well, I don't think that's fair. It's not fair. Evil is not fair.
Mm-hmm. Man. When they proclaim their name, when the demon proclaims its name, does that ever mean anything to you?
Oddly, the new rite doesn't have it in it. They don't want us questioning the devil at all. But we can still use the old rite. So on occasion, I just did a big exorcism up in Chicago of 2 years. It's been going on in this case.
2 years?
2 years. Yeah, she was a prostitute whose boyfriend, probably her pimp, was a Satanist, and he kept getting her pregnant and then offering the babies to the devil through abortion. 7 of them. And 7 is kind of a funny number. 7 times. So, yeah, you just can't imagine the scenarios people get into. Oftentimes not their own fault. She was down on her luck. She got into this business she shouldn't have. She meets this guy thinking he's going to help her, and he's the worst thing that ever happened to her.
So, back to the names of the demons, do they, other than Lucifer, are there any, are there other demons that maybe we should be aware of, or
the general population? I would say no. Like, again, don't be too curious, because you're just poking your head in stuff that you don't need to know that for your own state of life. But a lot of them are Old Testament demons. Like, the Jews used to worship Moloch. Moloch shows up a lot when there's abortion, because the Jews were offering their babies to this thing. They would heat this statue. It's a man's body with like a goat head with horns, bull head with horns. It has its arms out like this. And they'd heat it till it was red hot burning, like red. And then they'd place the baby on the molten burning arms, and the baby would sizzle to death. So when God says to them, stop worshiping these false idols, he's talking about this sort of stuff. It's not just, throwing a little incense before a false god. They're burning their babies to death, and they don't have to be. So God would get really angry with them. That demon, he's still alive and well. I think because abortion is still alive and well.
Wow. That was...
It's fucked up.
Intense. That was effed up.
That's effed up. Because, oh man, where do we go? Where do we start from that one?
Well, I suppose... wow. Like,
heavy
it's
stuff.
Family members doing demonic rituals over your child, and you're not aware of it. The child becoming possessed, offering it up to the devil for their own gain. That's next level, man. Like, your grandparent or your uncle or your aunt. The fact that he was talking about the sexual act that gets the girl, the example he gave where the relative did a blood thing as well, but then there's also where a sexual act took place as well over the child. It's like,
evil stuff there, isn't it?
That's real evil right there. Do you know what I mean? And then he's talking about the girl who was a prostitute, the pimp boyfriend who kept getting her pregnant and offering up the babies.
Yeah, aborted babies
to that particular demon. I'm not even going to say the name of the demon. But then his thoughts on why that particular particular demon is still popping up when he's performing exorcism is because abortion is something that's allowed to take place in the modern world now, in the Western world, right? And there's this debate about it right now, which keeps going on, especially in America. My body, my choice. Okay, man. Like, but if you're a religious person, you can understand where the religious point of view is coming from, right? Especially for him, like he would argue with you, no, I do these exorcisms and that one keeps popping up. He's Old Testament. He shouldn't be popping up the way he is. But because you guys keep having these abortions, he's still popping up. It's like, I don't know, your thoughts, man.
Yeah, no.
I'm looking at your face, you look at my face, we're like, what?
No, that was that's a heavy topic. I mean, yeah, we are living in dark times. And I think you have to understand that this stuff is real.
Remember Planned Parenthood as well.
Like, it's almost encouraged. I go into a debate with this. Look, I appreciate that abortion is a sensitive topic. And who am I as a male, cisgender male, whatever they want to label me as, who am I to be commenting on abortion? But I do feel like it's probably being misguided for the wrong reasons, evidently. And I think the core message of this story, though, is this is some real stuff. You know, the spirit world is a real thing, and good and bad are real things, and God and demons and angels and devils. This stuff is really going on. Yeah, and I think people need to get their head out the sand and stop just being mindless NPCs and zombies watching, just looking at TV, going to work, look at TV and go to work. Like, this stuff is real, and building a relationship with God is the start to opening up.
You ever heard of the Red Shoe Club?
I have, yeah. That's a whole other topic. That's dark, and
that's a dark one where like the red shoes aren't made from normal leather. Like, I don't want to say it because
that's dark, and a lot of people don't know because I tried telling my brother about the red shoes, and he had no idea about it, and to explain it though, I don't know. That's something that YouTube might not.
I'm conscious, that's something that YouTube might not allow us to talk about.
Yeah,
because that would if people who know, those who don't, you better start to get to know it. Like, that's, if you look into the Red Shoe Club, and remember, there's many people who wear those red shoes, and the Pope. I've seen the Pope wearing.
Well,
red
that's
shoes.
what I was just about to say that about the
Ronald McDonald at McDonald's wears red shoes. So start.
Tom Hanks got given a red shoe.
Yeah, so a lot of these.
Club,
it's a club. It's a very sadistic club, that's for sure.
That's putting it lightly.
Yeah. That's probably me being polite about it. But in reality, that's one.
It's just a shame that the kids always have to get. We've touched.
Remember what I said to you. Remember what I said to you before. I remember I sent you a video. You and Wazza wrote a video in our group chat. About where I repeated that the most powerful force in the world is a child's innocence. And the other side, the side of evil, wants to possess that power because it gives them power. And it's powerful for them. They're taking that power from us and from that child and taking it for themselves. And if they can taint that and corrupt it, great. But for them anyway, it gives them more power, more control. And so I said to I remember when I asked you that question ages ago when we spoke about this, and I said, what's the most power? You said love. I go, nope, it's a child's innocence, because a child can brighten up your day when you're feeling at your worst. Yeah, it was like that. That was the video I sent you where the guy came to deliver a pizza. I don't know if you watched it, but I'll describe the video. So the guy comes to deliver a pizza. Yeah. Mum opens the door, little boy runs out, gives the pizza to the mum, and the little boy puts his hands out and goes, give me a hug, like, kind of thing. Yeah. And he gives him a little hug, like, oh, okay, thanks, like, kind of thing. Like, you're doing it, right? Okay, see you later, buddy. And her mum just thought, oh, how sweet of him. And then she looked into the guy, because people are like, that's weird. Like, why is he hugging some random kid? Why did the guy hug back? You know how people make it everything perverse. Yeah. So she looked into who that man was, and had found out that his daughter had passed away maybe a year or so before. And the kid sensed that you need a hug. So I'm going to give you a hug.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then a lot of people were saying that it was maybe his daughter sending a message through the child saying, here's a hug, daddy. So
Yeah.
when you hear stories like that,
yeah.
that's what I say is their power. They are the most powerful beings outside of God in the universe, because they have this innocence and it's just pure. And you want to taint it, destroy it, and absorb it. And that's why they do that. That's why I think they go after the kids.
Yeah, and the adrenochrome.
Yeah, well, adrenochrome comes from what? The child scream?
Yeah, the adrenaline. The children, you get them shit scared, and
then they scream, and you take it from that.
scream.
And that's why it's produced.
Yeah.
And then you take that, extract it. Anyway, let's not get too, because YouTube's going to shut us down on this one. I got a feeling this ain't going to go up.
Nah.
I got a funny feeling.
And you had mentioned that was your first firearm, and that it sounded like you were basically saying you're not overly concerned with your own safety, and that you were looking forward to the afterlife.
Correct.
In short. Mm-hmm. And so I just wanted to give you the room to kind of expound upon that.
Okay, well, this is going to be something different for a lot of people to hear, because we live in a culture where at all costs avoid pain and suffering, and at all costs extend your life as far as you can extend it out. Okay, and I get that. I understand where that comes from, but I kind of, my own personal belief is that, and I would say the church would stand with this too, is that God knows the last day I'll be here and how I'm going. That's an interesting story too. I once asked him, how am I going to die? And he answered me. But because I don't have a family or kids, I don't know if I want to actually have a gun, because I'd be afraid of using it and then killing somebody and then regretting that. But I do understand that this is a hostile culture, particularly against the church, and it's going to get worse if more laws are put into play to discriminate against gender and all these other things that the church has never wavered on. So maybe I should have a gun, just at least for a warning signal, like there's a gun here, go away.
Well, I didn't want to have a discussion on the gun. What I wanted to have a discussion
philosophy on
yes.
this life. Okay, so that also very unusual, because we have all these medicines and operations that can extend our life and put us longer and longer down the road. But I know that heaven is far greater than this life. I know that my citizenship is there, not here. This is a pilgrimage. And I'm not really looking to extend the pilgrimage, so to speak. I mean, I'm going to take care of myself as best I can, which is not very good right now. As you can tell from my voice, split open head, high blood pressure, not everything's firing well. But I'm getting better. I'm at least getting things under control and back on track. I broke my foot about 2 months ago, and that put me out of the gym for like 2 months, which that's enough to just kill you, is to be away, because going back is so painful the first few weeks. But I have to do that. And other things, I bought a cold plunge to try to shock my body every day into pain, because pain is good. And we don't experience enough of it. Like, we're so conditioned on just be comfortable. Comfortable makes really fat, lazy priests. And you don't want your priest to be fat, lazy. You want him to be strong and alert and agile to be able to do what he needs to do. So that said, yesterday was the feast of Saint Therese of Lisieux. She died at 24. She's probably one of the most famous saints in the church. You go in any churches, Jesus and Mary statue, and then Therese in most churches, and maybe Anthony is another one. She never left the convent. She was cloistered for the 10 years she was a nun. She never went on missions. She never did anything heroic. She never started a religious order. She didn't do anything heroic or big. What did she do? She practiced what she called the little way. She did small things with tremendous love and all offering them for Jesus. And she wrote down her daily experiences in her journal. And after she died, that journal got published into a book called The Story of a Soul. And now she's one of the most famous saints in the world. She's also a doctor of the church. There's only 4 who are women. She's one of them. And she's the patron saint of missionaries because she always wanted to be missioned out to China. Of course, she never went. But in the providence of the church, she is named as the patron saint of missionaries, even though she never left the 4 walls of her cloister. So God accomplished what he had to do with her in 24 years. And before she died, she said the Lord made it clear to her that her real work would begin in heaven, where she would have a profound role in the church from heaven. And if you've ever prayed a novena to St. Therese, on the 9th day of that novena, miraculously, almost always, a rose shows up because she's called the little flower. And people get a rose in some way, shape, or form, or they smell roses in their home, and there's no rose in the home. Like, she's letting people know, I'm still working hard for your salvation. Even though Jesus did the heavy lifting, we still have to choose every day. Are we going to choose God today, or are we going to choose to go away from God today? And I'm always telling people, in every decision we make in life, you have to have on the horizon, heaven is the goal. Because you could amass vast amounts of money and power and success in this life if you really put your nose to the ground and do the hard work. And you could come out, $350 million at the end of life. But if you don't get to heaven, you're a loser, like a big loser, the biggest. There's no other. That's the only thing you have to get right. You can get everything else wrong, but if you get to heaven, you're a winner. And I think a lot of the problems come in when people become too rich and famous. This is, Jesus said in the scriptures about it's harder for a rich man to enter heaven than going through the camel through the eye of a needle. What does he mean by that? The problem I've experienced in my firsthand interaction with wealthy people is, not all, but many, most, I would say, you get to a point where you feel like I'm so in control, I don't need anybody else, including God. Like, I'm covering all my bases, I'm good. And you kind of get deluded into thinking that you're the master of your own destiny, including heaven. That's a very dangerous place to be because that's pride. And that's probably the one thing that will block you from getting into heaven, is if you think you're going to go toe-to-toe with Jesus and getting in. You die at the end of life, you leave it all behind. Nothing goes with you. So my big message is to people, and it's funny because John Rich, the country music guy, he just did a very long episode with Tucker where he talked about the book of Revelation, and he wrote a song about it to wake people up because we're literally blind in these times to what's important. He says, you don't know when the end of your life is going to come, but you better be ready. And by ready, I mean prepared for heaven. So when I see people in hospice and they're dying and they know they're dying, I can tell within 10 seconds if this person is prepared their life to meet Jesus or if they squandered it away, because they're either at radical peace and not fearing it, or they're terrified and they don't know what to do. If I could impose one point of this whole interview today to the people listening is, to embrace death, because you're going to die. Let me be the first to let you know you're going to die. I don't know if anybody's ever said that to you. You're going to die. Some people go through life not knowing that, or they deceive themselves and think, I'm never going to think about it because if I can just put it off long enough, maybe I'll somehow skirt it in some way. I don't know what they're thinking. But the art of dying well is directly correlated to the art of living well. And when I say living well, I mean putting God in the center of your life, acknowledging he is God and I'm not, trying to live a life worthy of the message Jesus left us with the Gospels, loving God first, our neighbor second, putting our place third. And when people do that, that creates a lifestyle that's not focused on me. It's focused on God and others. And that's what creates holiness, and that's what creates virtue. And at the end of life, that creates a person that's ready to die and open to heaven and wanting heaven. And I even tell people, tell God, you want to be a saint. Say it out loud. I want to be a saint. I think there's a power to the audible with regard to, particularly with scriptures. I'm talking about directly to God, not into the universe and the secret and all that nonsense. And then, look at some people. We have the saints as models of people who've been victorious. That's why we don't adore the saints. We venerate them. We say, good job, well done, you did it. And now help us get there too. And when you think about people preparing for death, so there was a saint named Dominic Savio in Italy. He was about 12 years old, and he was being mentored by a priest named Don Bosco, who also became a saint. And Don was mentoring these young men on a life of virtue because a lot of them had bad lives and they weren't practicing the good Christian way, you could say. So one day he stopped and they were playing soccer, football in Italy. And he said, if Jesus appeared to you and said you had 1 hour to live, what would you do with your life in that last hour? And, some of the boys are like, oh, I'd probably have to run to confession, or I want to go to have mass quickly, or I'd pray my rosary. I have to go tell my parents I'm sorry for all the times I aggravated them. And he looks at Dominic and says, what would you do? He goes, I'd play football. He goes, you play football? He's like, yeah. I've already been to mass. I've already prayed my rosary. I've forgiven everybody I need to forgive. I have no one to ask forgiveness of. I'm good. I'm playing football. Yeah, right? That kid knows. He knows the secret. Similarly, John Fisher is a bishop that was being held in the Tower of London for going against Henry VIII on him wanting to marry another wife, take another wife. And he gets woken up in the morning by a guard who says, they're going to execute you today around noon. And John Fisher says, okay, I'm really tired. Can I go back to sleep? Okay, so two saints that when faced with death decided one would go to sleep and the other would play football. Why? Because they're prepared and they're ready. They're done. I'm locked and loaded. Let's go. That's how we want to finish.
Would you make of that?
Oh, there's a lot. He did talk about a lot. I think the only thing that's guaranteed in life is death, and that's the truest statement. We are born to die, and people need to understand that we are all going to die,
and not be afraid of it though. But I think what he's saying as well though is that embrace it.
I think what you're saying though is
embrace the fact that you're going to die, because the ultimate goal is that your soul will leave your body. I mean, what he's saying is, and he did say my personal opinion, so we're going to go with what he sees it from a personal point of view, which is your soul's going to leave your body. Yeah, and I've heard this before, and I do agree with it. Your body is just a vessel.
Skin suit.
Yeah. Your soul's going to leave your body because your soul belongs to God. And I always say this to myself, my soul belongs to God. God created me, so my soul belongs to God. And it's up to God what happens to my soul once that time comes. And that's what's going to happen. Your soul's going to transfer to God, and God's going to have a conversation with you. And then the next things happen. We've discussed this before, right? You might be an evil MF throughout your lifetime and say, yeah, you definitely don't belong here, mate. Wait, this one's yours, yeah? Or didn't quite get it right, did you? Would you think, reflect, would you think you could have done better? Yeah, all right, go give it another try. Yeah, or, well done, gates open. Did you get it? Yeah, and I've said this before. Right? I know we had a slight difference in things and stuff like that, but that's okay as well, right? It's your own personal belief system, right? But that's what I think he's saying is that prepare yourself for one, you're going to die. Don't be afraid of it. Stop trying to prolong it. It's going to happen at some point. Embrace it. This is just a part of your journey, your soul's journey, which is it's in the living form of living body, breathing body. But when you pass, your soul's going to leave your body. And then there's another part of that. And the goal is your lifetime, you need to be essentially putting yourself in a position where the gates of heaven are open for you. And God welcomes you in with a warm embrace. That's your only goal, your real goal. Yeah, it's not about how much money you make. You can make 300 million, billion, whatever. But if your soul's not pure, then where are you going to end up at the end of it all? That's what I take from that. I don't know about you, but
yeah, no, I mean, I agree with him in saying, when when you know that you've done the right things in life, then you're ready to accept that reality. And the people who are scared is because they're maybe not sure where they're going to end up, or they feel like something's not completed, or they still have more to do on this earth. Whereas when you've lived the life that God intended or wants you to live, when you're presented with meeting him, you're ready. You're like, yeah, I'm ready to meet you. I get that. Obviously, when we talk about heaven and hell and actually where the spirit goes after, where the soul goes, that's a whole nother conversation.
Yeah, and that's one that we still want to revisit at some point. Anyway.
Yeah, but no, I do agree.
And I agree. I kind of suppose I'm breaking down in my own interpretation of what I'm hearing from him, which is very much that you're going to leave this world one day, but this is only part of the journey of your soul. Yeah, there's another part after your soul leaves the body. So right now is the time to be working on doing the right thing and getting right with God and closer to God. So when that time comes, do you get it? And he's saying, you're going to be a saint. You want to be a saint. So start doing the right things now, because later on in life, there's no point, you're at 65 years old and someone says, oh, you got terminal illness. And now you start doing the right thing and trying to fix it all. Like, it's not going to work like that. He's talking your journey through life, but he's also talking about pain and suffering as well. Like, stop running away from pain and suffering. Accept it. Embrace it.
Pain will make you grow.
Use it to your benefit. And he's talking about how we're living in this comfortable society now. And it's true, though. Like, you look at all these youngsters, none of them can handle pain, man. But to be fair, neither can adults.
Yeah.
I think that we always say none of these kids. To be fair, neither can adults.
Those kids are now adults. So that's the thing,
there's adults out there who can't take criticism like the kids of today. So we criticize the kids of today, but actually the adults aren't any better.
Yeah.
I work with a lot of them. You work with a lot of them.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, on a day-to-day basis, a lot of them that can't take criticism. They behave like children themselves. They're conniving and backstabbing. They'll stitch up their co-worker. Do you know what I mean? And they behave in the same way, and they can't take pain, suffering, criticism, whether it be constructive criticism or just outright truth about who you are and how you're going about yourself. Adults are the same. I think this generation of human beings at this point is at that place where they want to be comfortable, they want to be fed, oh, you're good, you're this, you're that, and actually not take any criticism, not take any pain. And when they do experience pain, it's like the world's
everything's broken and falling apart.
And then they indulge in things that's going to mask the pain up, and so they can ignore it. But in actual fact, no, you need to embrace it, man. I don't know what you think.
No, absolutely. Look, seek discomfort. Pain will make you grow.
Yeah.
That's why we do the cold showers. That's why we do, because we know that the shock will help you overcome stuff.
Like, I always said, like, do you honestly think I want to get up in the morning in the winter here in the UK? Yeah, when it's cold, wet and damp at 5 o'clock, I've just turned the heating on and I'm going to jump in to the shower and take a full-on cold shower. Like, do you honestly think I want to do that? No. But in my head, I'm like, all right, this is somewhere you don't want, like, going every day. This is probably going to be then the hardest thing you do every day. Take your cold shower. And I take my cold shower and I'm like, wow, I'm refreshed, I'm awake, I'm good to go. Do you know what I mean? But yes, it's the most difficult thing I'm going to do for the day. So if I can get past that, everything else should be a breeze now.
Yeah.
And you do need to experience it, man. And I think a lot of people say, oh, I can't do the cold shower. It's like Goggins, isn't it? Oh, yeah, I'm not going to go running. It's wet, it's cold. I'll wait till it's a bit drier. And it like, no, fuck that.
You're a bitch.
Get out there. Get out there. You're a bitch.
Yeah.
Get out there in the rain. Yeah. That's where you're going to get. It's true, though, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's real shit.
So yeah, like I do agree with what he's saying and how he's what the message he's trying to pass on. I suppose there's a deeper conversation in there as well, but
everybody dies, but not everybody lives, and that's why you do have to make the most of it, make the most of this life.
I agree with that too. I think I would say 99% of us don't live, and even you guys out there who go to beef or go traveling or wherever it is, you don't really live either, because you go on a holiday and you do the same shit. You're not really experiencing anything new, just a new environment that's hot, and you go sit by the pool all day working on your tan. But are you really getting out there and experiencing something new? Not really. You're just taking a break, innit? Same break you do at home. Oh, come home, work's finished, Netflix. Oh, I'm on holiday, sitting there watching, getting a suntan. I'll watch Netflix while I'm doing it. It's like,
it's crazy.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, but then there's some people out there who are going out there and trying to experience new things and stuff like that. And I was saying, live your life like you should, because like, despite what we see on TV and on YouTube, there's a lot of beauty in the world still, man. Like,
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't take like people look. I think people get lost in YouTube and media and news, and it's all negative. And it is bad. It is really bad. But there's also still a lot of beauty in there. Well, you're just not seeing it through whatever, I suppose, media outlets you're using, and you need to start doing that. But yeah, it was an interesting bit. We'll move on to the next bit. He touches again on a little bit on we live in the most evil of generations. Yeah,
Okay.
So I think he's going to go a bit deeper.
He's going to expand on that. Yeah, because that was a statement.
Yeah, that was.
We kind of talked about, we're in the midst of some dark times, and I forget who you mentioned. It said this is the most evil generation of all.
Our Lady of Medjugorje, which was just given the highest approval by the Vatican, that apparition is valid.
Wow.
Like 2 weeks ago.
Wow. Wow. What does that mean to you? Are we in end times?
I think we're in the end of this age of disobedience. I don't think it's the end of the world, because I'm pretty sure in Revelation it talks about 1,000-year peace, and I think we would have noticed that if that happened. I'm pretty sure it didn't happen. And there's theologians that say, oh, it's metaphorical. They don't look for 1,000-year peace. Well, you know what? Were you there when he created everything? No. So like, it could be true. Maybe there will be an actual 1,000 years of real peace that only can come down from heaven. But in the process, we're living in a very, like you said, it's dark. A lot of the rulers of this world have an allegiance to Satan. And, there's a propensity for destruction, right? I'm not going to go into all the wars happening, but it's ironic to me, whenever you look at the Old Testament and the Israelites were being persecuted unjustly, if they didn't create the problem themselves and they were just being, a country comes in to try to take them over, they're always vindicated by the Lord. Always. He crushes the enemy and sets them free, and they're fine. Now, when they stray, he sometimes used armies to conquer them, to teach them a lesson. But then over time, they would repent, and then they would be put back into their proper place. So when I see countries trying to annihilate Israel for no good reason, I'm like, do you know who you're messing with? God's not going to just sit back. If you're literally stirring a pot trying to exterminate the Jewish people that he founded, you better be careful. And we better be on the right side of that as Americans. Because I feel like we are telling Israel to pump your brakes and telling Iran, you're fine. We're going to give you a couple of $100 billion, by the way. What are we doing?
Doesn't it say that in the end times that all the nations will turn against Israel?
Yes.
Do you think that's happening right now?
No, because all the nations have not turned against Israel yet. I mean, I feel like we still, at least verbally, support Israel. But no, I think it'll be more dramatic than that. And I don't think we're going to live in those times now, but it's only my opinion, and it's not even a really good one. Like, it's just my opinion. So don't take that to the bank. But we're great. Where sin abounds, grace superabounds. So the darker the days, the more God's going to put his hand in to help us. And that's really good news, because if you want to be a saint and you're living in times of peace, it's a lot harder and longer to become that saint. If you're in the darkest of days, you just put your hand up and say, Lord, I want to be a saint. And there's a funnel in heaven that's going to come over you and go whoosh. And they're going to advance you in holiness very quickly because of the days we live in. And that might be the quickening that you're feeling in like this transformation that's happening in your life. Or in my own, I'm seeing things I never used to see on a regular basis, of when God is working these miracles and doing things that I'm just like, I just step back amazed. I'm like, wow, I didn't see that coming. And the more you see the exorcisms go up in number, means the enemy is getting more riled up.
The more you see the what go up in number?
Exorcisms.
Okay.
They're increasing. Ever since COVID, they've been multiplying.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Well, take away the sacraments, close the churches, and tell people to sit home idle all day doing bad things. What are you going to get? That was a big mistake. And the cases take longer to get the demons out. So we used to have a lot of them would be one and done. So it's, one session, they're gone. Now it's 2, 3, 4, 5 times, which I have to, put on a calendar, weigh out several weeks between them because I have other things I do. And then the new cases come in and they're piling up. So it's not a good situation. In Italy, they have pop-up exorcism booths.
Are you serious?
Dead serious.
Pop-up
They're
exorcism
seeing an
booths.
explosion of demonic.
I mean, I've recently read the book of Romans, and it's really hard. I'm not going to lie. It's really hard for me to understand what I'm reading, but
Paul's not a big fan of punctuation.
but it sounded very similar to kind of what we're living into today. Sexuality running rampant, gender confusion. There were a lot of things in there that when I read that, I was like, holy shit, we're talking about modern day here. Are these all signs that something's coming?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of signs that the Lord said we could look to. If you go to Revelation or the book of Daniel or even chapters in Matthew, he talks about these end days, but I'm not sure it's all the end of time. But I feel like we're in, this is, again, my own personal opinion. We had 2,000 years of, before Jesus came, of God tapping the Israelites and making them his people. And that was really, when we read through those scriptures, it's really God the Father who's speaking to them. And then Jesus comes and we've had 2,000 years of focus on Jesus, rightly so. But we haven't had a period that's focused on the Holy Spirit, who is an equal member of the Trinity. And I feel like this age of the Holy Spirit is coming, when God's going to crush the evil forces that are really derailing mankind in whatever way he wants. He's God, he can do whatever he wants. And then bring forth his Spirit on the planet in a way that would have everybody drawn into this great giant shalom of heaven, this great time of peace and flourishing in God's word. Imagine that. I mean, that'd be like heaven on earth. And that's, I think, that 1,000 years they talk about in the book of Revelation. And that would be amazing because we've never seen that. I mean, there's pockets of that around the planet. Like this place in Medjugorje. It's so grace-filled there that you can't help but feel joy and peace, and it's out-of-body experience. Why? And I'd go, why does this happen over here? Well, first of all, everybody there is practicing Catholic and practice their faith deeply. Everybody going there is seeking to go deeper in their Catholic faith. And even the people that work in the shops, they're all participating. So they all go to Mass every day. They're all praying the rosary every day. And there's really no discontent there against the practice of that religion. So it's just an open pipeline of grace flooding this village. And you feel it when you walk in. You can't say that about Rome. Can't say that about Lourdes, Fatima, Guadalupe. No, because they're all in cities now that are partially Catholic, partially pagan, and even the Catholics are all practicing their faith. And so it limits the grace that goes into those places.
So you said a lot there. I'm going to touch on the first thing, the obvious thing. We both, while we were watching it,
Yeah.
and your reaction was crazy as well.
Oh.
If you saw Treble's reaction, like, what? What's he saying there? So the bit about Israel.
Ah, yeah, he just went full pro-Israel on us. And
Yeah.
I was like, oh, man.
Like, I think, and obviously I explained it to you a minute ago, but while it was playing, but I think a lot of people, from what I understand, a lot of people are getting confused with the Israel mentioned in the Bible and the Israel of old. Because the Israel of old was not called Israel, it was called Canaan. And basically, the Israelites, obviously, as we know, were paganistic. Yeah, and he just touched on it as well, which was they still were doing the paganistic rituals and sacrificing babies and worshipping gods, these demons or whatever. God exiled them. He's now saying that, I don't know why people are messing with Israel, because they're the chosen people, and God will, I suppose, lash out at those who attack Israel. But I don't think he kind of realizes that the Israel that he's talking about now is the Babylonian version of Israel, which is the Zionists who are ruling the world, and are actually bringing to life these, I suppose, what's the worst way to put it? These social issues that we're having, and many other things. And they actually believe in, because there's Zionists and there's Jews, right?
Yeah.
Real Jews, if you sit down, I've got a clip of a rabbi saying it as well. He says, real Jews know we got casted out by God. And you got to remember, Ashkenazi Jews are converted Jews, European Jews who were converted to. The original Israelites were black, brown. Yeah, they weren't white.
Well, that's the interesting bit as well about that demographic.
He's touching on. So the way it goes is, obviously they were cast out, and the real Jews know and understand that God casted us out and we're not allowed to go back. But the Zionist Jews, who are the Babylonian Jews, who don't worship God, they worship the other guy. Yeah, they've taken Israel the way they have, and now they've controlled the world, and they have done for centuries through banking, economics, media, industries, right? Corporations and stuff like that, war. And they're the ones who are now controlling the world. And he's acting as if he's saying that these are the guys who are chosen by God, don't mess with them, basically. But in actual fact, they're not what he thinks they are. They're actually the opposite, if that makes sense. That's what he was touching on there. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I don't know. It is a heavy topic, what he's going into. I need to do some more research as well.
From what I understand, that's how it works.
Yeah.
How it was explained to me. Or from what I've heard from rabbis and other people who have commented on it. And this is where you get a lot of the Christian Zionists in America, because they read the Bible, and the Bible touches on Israel and things like that, but not realizing that that's the Israel of old, which was Canaan, which is where God casted out the original Israelites for basically turning their back on him and involving themselves in paganistic ways. So, yeah, that's what he's touching on there. It basically, in a nutshell, it's deep. It goes deep. Like, you can't have a 5-minute conversation about it. I'm just going to give a quick explanation on it, but that's literally what he's touching on. But in actual fact, he's wrong, because you're backing the wrong horse, because they're not the real Jews. The real Jews are the ones that understand the opposite to that. It's like Candace Owens, when she had that debate with that Rabbi Shmuley, whatever, and she kind of turned and said, yeah, there's that verse in the Bible. I wonder if I've got it still. Let me see. Yeah. Because if I have, then I can actually say it. Don't think I have, though. I don't know, I haven't. But she touches on it, and she shuts them down with that basically I'll make them, the Jews, something to do with a synagogue of Satan and stuff like that. And that's also in the scriptures as well. So those are what the Israel now is. But basically what Israel is now is that synagogue of Satan.
Now, are we allowed to say this on YouTube?
I don't give a fuck. I've just said it now.
But,
we are trying to cut out the swearing, but we can't help it sometimes.
Oh, it's fucked. I mean, the Satanism is a real thing. I mean, it's not even in just the Jews. I mean, like Islam. I think a lot of Muslims. I had a conversation with it's a Ramadan now, so Ramadan Mubarak to all the Muslim listeners, if there is any. But Islam is also rooted with the same teachings as what the Jews are talking about in terms of like Satanism. I was talking to a Muslim brother last year during about when they go to do their pilgrimage to Mecca. Oh God, forgot what it's called. But Hajj, yeah. And he was talking about Hajj, and he was explaining to me what they do. And they go to Mecca, and they go around the cube. And he didn't. He was like, he thought it was 8 times, and then I had to correct him. I was like, no, you go around it 7 times, and that's to represent. I don't know if you know this, the black cube. So on Saturn, if you look at a satellite image, obviously satellites are fake and whatnot, but they believe that on the top of Saturn there's a hexagon, and a hexagon can also be looked at as a cube. The 6-sided shape can make a cube, and they say that cube is where they get the energy from Saturn, and they go around the cube 7 times, which represents the 7 rings of Saturn. And so it's a form of Saturnism, which is where Satanism stems from.
So yeah, because I've heard about Saturn and aren't they like? Correct me if I'm wrong. Aren't they like 7 hells or something like that?
Yeah, so it's 7 rings on Saturn, which obviously, again, if you're saying there's 7 hells, then that's the 7.
Yeah.
And only until recently did they discover these new planets. But up until 200 years ago, there or so, it's always been the 7 planets. And Saturn being the furthest, Saturn was always the darkest planet. It's the furthest away from the sun. And so Satanism comes from Saturn worshipping. Saturnism, Satanism, it's the same thing. And, if you're talking about the synagogue of Satanism, they also believe in Saturn. And that's why in the Jewish, I don't know if you saw Netanyahu wearing the black cube on his head. It's the same thing with Mecca. Obviously, my Muslim brother's like, no, you've not read the Quran, you don't know what you're talking about, And that's, I'm not here to correct people's belief. Yeah. But when you look into the deeper side of it, it's all the same thing, and it all does lead to Satanism, and it is mad.
But it's like how they've casted out of, they casted, it should be interesting you're touching it. So how I've just talked about how God exiled the original Israelites. Yeah? So it was interesting when we were that little debate we were having the other day on WhatsApp with Waz as well. And he was talking about, Muhammad butchered 500 people or whatever, tribal people. Did my research on that. Did you know who those 500 people were?
Nah.
They were Arab paganists who were getting involved, who were basically doing what the original Israelites were doing, which was paganistic rituals, sacrifices, children sacrifices, idol worshipping, and doing all that sort of thing. And God said, that's it, enough's enough. Allah said, that's enough. Deal with that. And he went and dealt with it.
But is that right? Is that wrong?
Well, you say that, but at the same time, God told Noah, build an ark, two of each animals, you and your family. I'm going to wipe out the world. Isn't it the same thing?
But is it God the creator, or are we talking about another entity being impersonating God, for lack of better words?
So they're saying Allah's God, isn't it?
But is it really? Or was Muhammad just hearing a...
But that goes back to my thing about Christianity as well, though. What's the truth in that? What's the truth? What's not the truth? What I was talking about earlier on.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, in terms of the Adam and Eve story, I think it
could be.
And same with the Noah story.
I'm just telling you what the reason was behind that. And the reason behind that was they were pagans, basically, and they were Arab pagans who were defying and defying Allah, which is just the name for God. Yeah, is Muslims' name for God, and that's why Muhammad did what he did. Because he was ordered by God, handle that, because they're not listening to me anymore.
But then doesn't that defeat? Because I can imagine if there was an enlightened being that says, look, paganism.
But you could be right. You could be right. I'm not saying you're not wrong. I don't know.
It's with the commandment, do not kill. So it kind of I can't believe God, the creator, would say, would condone.
But there's stories in the Bible when God wants someone taken out, he sends an angel, right? Aren't there stories of that? Well, I haven't read the Bible, but I heard there's stories of that.
I think Old Testament God can be quite barbaric. However, as I said, if you're looking at it from an Old Testament being historical, but with a lowercase God, lowercase g, and maybe like some Anunnaki being kind of God, then it makes sense that there was this barbaric being telling people to do this and do that, and the angels were more like his private security.
But then isn't, like, in that situation, isn't God just saying, okay, these are soldiers for for Shaitan, as they call the devil. There's no helping them. They refuse to follow my teachings and my guidance of how they should be living, and they're not doing that. Muhammad.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that's God, though.
It could be.
I don't think that's God, because God, if he's the creator, that's still his children, and God is all about giving free will. If they want to be evil, like do evil things, God still says that's my children. They have the choice to do that. They're going to regret it, maybe, and it's not in my teachings of the way to live.
But then God wouldn't. God wouldn't exile the original Israelites, because if it's a freedom. I get what you're coming at. I'm going by biblical scriptures. I'm not going by Anunnaki right now. I'm going by biblical scripture. I get where you're coming from. When you that's something else. I'm going by biblical scripture and what he's talking about.
I think God
the creator.
All right, I don't think God the Creator was the one.
I literally only believe in God the Creator. You know that, yeah. I'm open to hear your theories.
Are you believing God the Creator is the one that they speak of in the book?
Yeah,
exiling and doing this and that.
I do. But I think, from what I understand, I'm just telling you what the Islamic teachings are around that, which is they were paganistic. Yeah, like. Let's use Tommy Robinson, right? Okay. If he heard that there was a gang, and I'm not talking about a Muslim gang or anything like that, just a gang people who were satanic followers, and they were sacrificing children, and they found out this was going on, X, Y, and Z. And then, someone wipes them out, I think Tommy Robinson will turn around and say, yeah, damn straight, kind of thing, F them kind of thing, right? But then when he refers to Islam and Muhammad doing it, it would be a different story, right? So I feel like, I just think, like, if I'm talking from a biblical scriptural point of view, I could see God doing that. Yes, you're saying that the original Old Testament.
The Old Testament God is a different.
The Torah, God is a bit more barbaric in that, whereas he's more forgiving in the New Testament. Which one do you believe?
Well, there's the thing. I believe the New Testament God to be God the Creator, and that's when Jesus came in to tell the story. But the Old Testament God was. But then
what? Because Islam came after Christianity. Was the Quran then?
Well, I do think that maybe Muhammad wasn't talking to God the Creator, but maybe like a more enlightened being that came. Controversial, I know, but
it's definitely going on YouTube.
Yeah, it's controversial, but it made sense when I heard that theory that Muhammad was hearing. Like, we're talking about, this whole episode is about possession and
but God's going to come into it, isn't it?
And exorcism, and we're talking about earlier about mediums and spirits. Who's to say that Muhammad wasn't just hearing? Who's to say that Muhammad was actually hearing God the Creator and not an enlightened being impersonating God and saying, look, Muhammad, we're in a time right now and this is the way to go forward, and you are the one that has been chosen to lead the people. And part of that is we have to kill a lot of people. I don't think that God the Creator is the one who made that order, and I think Allah has been misnamed.
So, but you believe Jesus was talking to the Creator, but yet Muslims believe in Jesus too.
Yeah,
they see him as a prophet of Islam. They believe he's going to return, like Christians do, and he's going to come back to battle for our souls again, right? Mm-hmm. Bit of a weird one to throw into Islam then, wouldn't you? Like, if you like, why would that be part of their teaching? Surely that being that you're referring to, which is what you believe, that wouldn't introduce Jesus into.
Why not?
Why would he though?
But I'm not saying that the being
because Jesus is about forgiveness and we're speaking to the true creator. So if there's another God with different intentions coming in, like you're saying,
but I'm not saying it's necessarily.
But why would you bring Jesus into it?
Because Jesus is a historical figure.
Yeah, but why would you include him? Wouldn't you say that forget Jesus? No,
not necessarily.
My word is, this time around, we're not going to do it that way. We're going to do it this way. If you're trying to fool someone,
but I don't think it's.
But then you're Muslims. You're getting Muslims to believe in Jesus.
Yeah, but I don't think those two are exclusively different. I think if Allah is impersonating, not necessarily impersonating, but he's coming down to give a teaching, and obviously when you hear the voice and you're like, whoa, that must be God, and now we're going to start doing that, but what the guy or the being is trying to teach.
No, but what I'm saying is, what I'm saying to you is that you're saying God wouldn't do a barbaric thing like that. Yeah,
God the Creator wouldn't.
God the Creator wouldn't, right? So you're saying that you're saying Allah is not God the Creator, is someone else or another entity,
possibly,
right? That entity is telling Muhammad to clean it up and do it in a barbaric way. Why would you? I feel it contradicts teachings of Jesus there and what you said about Jesus, which is Jesus is love thy neighbor, forgive, all that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So I feel like there's a conflict there.
Yeah,
a strange conflict there. Yeah. Because why is Jesus being introduced into a religion now which is going to perform barbaric acts? Because then his teachings have no relevance to what Muhammad's been told to do.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. That's how I see it.
Yeah.
It doesn't make...
But then is the Ten Commandments taught in the Quran?
I think they believe in Ten Commandments. They believe in Moses. They believe in Moses as well.
And they believe in the Ten Commandments, then commandment number 1, do not kill. So to go and crusade...
But if it's a commandment directly from what he believes to be God...
Well, then therefore, even if they believe it's a commandment directly from God, then Jesus' teaching can still be taught because they're saying, well, this overrides it. They can still teach what Jesus...
But isn't that more of a battle against the devil or shaitan or whatever you want to call it in Islam, about that God says, we're not going to win this. We're not going to get these people back. They're continually... Right, this time we've already had an example of this prior with the Israelites, and I exiled them early, and look how they've turned out. They've continued that way still, yeah. And look where we are now. So this time he's saying, no, this time get rid of them. Could that be an argument as well? I'm just saying. I'm not saying I'm right. I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
Believe that God, the Creator,
no, where you're coming from,
would want to kill his creation through somebody.
He's not killing the creation. He's killing a part of his people of a creation.
Yeah, I don't think he should take life though.
Be interesting.
And like with Noah's flood and stuff like that, I think that was some Anunnaki stuff.
What the Islamic.
I'll need to do some research. I think I'll have to come back on that one because I'd like to, like we said on the chat with Wazza, like until I've read the scriptures, until I've read.
This is what I said. I haven't not read the Quran myself,
so I'll need to read and understand.
From what I understand, that's the reason behind that. It wasn't for no good reason that he just went and slaughtered someone. He got a commandment from Allah, which was they're pagan. These are Arabs who are not.
They don't believe in the one.
They don't believe in God. They don't believe. So
let's take their life.
They're completely. They're getting out of hand. They're going out of control.
Chop their head off.
So yeah, get rid of them.
That's mad, though, isn't it? If it was really God, a loving God.
Yeah, but then the Creator flooded the world and wiped out.
Did he though?
But we know Noah.
Yeah, I believe in the flood, but was that necessarily God, the Creator, orchestrating that?
So who told Noah to build the ark then? Because he was getting messages from someone. He was talking to someone.
It goes back to the Adam and Eve kind of God.
He was talking to someone.
Because in the Book of Enoch, which is a book, I think it's like Noah's great uncle or something like that, or great grandfather. It's in the lineage. He has a book.
Was it Abraham his granddad?
Yeah, or something like that. Yeah, it's in that line. But his book never made it to the Bible. But technically, he still has a book that you can go and find. And in the Book of Enoch, he talks about meeting these beings and these beings showing him a vision, taking him up into the sky and showing him the 4 pillars of the world and stuff. And in this book, though, they said like a flood is going to come and your great son is going to be the one that's going to save the family. But these beings that instructed the ark doesn't necessarily mean it was God, the creator. I don't know.
It's a weird one. But yeah, in terms of that, that's I was just giving that Islamic reason behind that. Why Muslims, why that's in that story. Yeah, because they were pagans, basically. And I believe Allah said, take him out. So you did.
Go crusade.
So you did.
Go chop some head off.
Yeah,
mad.
Job done, isn't it? But like,
I'll need to do some research. We'll definitely have to come back to that topic.
We have to, because I keep saying I want to read the Quran, but finding time to sit down and read something so complex is like it's not the Bhagavad Gita. If you try to read the Bhagavad Gita, right, it's so complex, that you will have to go over things over and over again to really trying to understand it, because all these religious books are deep. Even he said it. He read. Sean Ryan just said it. He read. I can't remember which one he read, which book he read, but he's like I'm trying to understand it, but I'm finding it difficult. You get it? So it's not easy to understand it. I remember it's in Old English, and some of these books are written in Old English and stuff like that. So even harder to understand it. But yeah, it's definitely a conversation we need to get into at some point. But I just think that was the reason that I was giving that I found out about that whole thing was they were pagans. They gotta go. That's it. End of. The rationale around it, you have to understand you have to read the whole Quran, read the Hadiths, which the Hadiths are really Muhammad's chronicles, because they link with each other as well. So something you might question in the Quran, but then is explained by the Hadiths. Do you get it? Okay. So you have to read both. You can't just read the Quran on its own.
I guess that's like the Torah and the Talmud.
Yeah, you can't read. It's like the Bhagavad Gita. You can't read the Bhagavad Gita without reading the Vedasis.
Okay.
Yeah, which are other scriptures.
So what's the Bible's equivalent?
I don't know.
Or is the Bible just a compilation of everything? So that's already.
I don't think the Bible really has any. I mean, you got the Old Testament.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting to see what changed, why it changed. Why for 300, 400 years, whatever, Christians were following the Old Testament, and then suddenly the Bible came along. This was after Christ's past as well. So who came up with that idea? That's why I question that as well a little bit. I question it all, don't get me wrong. But I do question, I find that weird that 300 or 400 years after Jesus was crucified and then left, then you get a new Bible, and then at the same time, most people follow the King James Bible, and who the hell is he? Like, he was just some king, some monarch. He said, "This is the book, and you're going to follow it." So, what did he take it out of the Holy Bible? Do you know what I mean? Like, that's why I question it. I'm like, but at the same time, I agree with you as well. Like with what we're talking about, Anunnakis and lower level gods and stuff like that. Could it be Allah was
just a spirit that
a lower level god?
Go into
or something that might be misguiding Muhammad? We don't know. I don't know. We're not trying to offend. We're not trying to offend anyone here, by the way. We're just having a conversation, open conversation. This is what we do here on that one random podcast. We don't like leave any stone unturned. Yeah, don't get offended by it.
It's just an open discussion. Yeah, we're just theorizing.
We're not trying to knock your beliefs or anything.
No, of course not.
We respect it, but like we like to have open conversations like this. But yeah, like you could be right as well. Like,
I mean, that's what we're talking about here.
And then about the Book of Enoch, which I've heard a lot about as well, which was taken out of
the Bible.
And then you're telling me these little bits about it, what you just told me now. Okay, well, I've got to start questioning some stuff here now.
Yeah.
Who's been dictating these religions to us? And it's, again, human influence, right? Why? What's the purpose behind it?
Yeah.
Who told them to do it as well?
Exactly. Yeah.
It goes deep. But all right, let's move on. What else did you talk about? So obviously, most evil generation.
Yeah, I definitely see that.
Definitely. I think we agree with that anyway.
I mean, sexual sin is definitely rampant.
Oh, yeah.
And that's probably as moral as it gets.
It's just out there, like, in so many ways, man. It's like, there's no... Like, don't get me wrong.
no
When you're young, you'll play about, you'll sleep, you have your fun and stuff like that. But I feel like in this era,
It's so
next
normalized
level.
now.
Like
Yeah,
dating
it's
sites.
next level.
It's like dating sites aren't dating sites anymore. They're
hookup sites.
hookup sites. Whereas when they first came out, it was very much
Finding
wanting
the
to meet,
love and-
wanting to meet someone and get into a relationship and blah blah blah, right? And now it's about hooking up. Its hookup culture's gone way out
Out of control, yeah.
and then we see all the, well, he's going to touch on it a little bit in symbolism anyway, but we'll let's move on to the next clip. But yeah, I just thought that was crazy, man. Especially when he's like, when he went full pro-Israel there. I was like, what?
But no, it is true. We are, but I mean, there's no reason for the amount of suffering going on in this world. There's
Yeah.
no need for it. And the fact that there is,
And it's everywhere.
in the richest land that's ever been known, the disproportion that it's been, the disparity between the rich and the poor, and it's not right.
And it's only getting
Not
worse.
right. It's only getting worse.
But all right, let's move on to the next clip. So the next clip, he talks about Easter and Christmas.
Okay.
So I'd like to talk about Easter and Christmas,
Sure.
and if those are the actual days, and I don't know where I'm going with this. I tried to talk to Megan about this. I was hoping that she had maybe a little more insight, but from my understanding, the resurrection didn't actually happen on the day we celebrate Easter. And
Well, that day changes every year.
and that the Easter bunnies represent some type of sexuality. Is there any truth to this?
Okay, so Christmas is on a set date, the 25th of December. Is that the actual date? Not sure. Easter rotates based on the full moon of the month. So that changes every year. So clearly it can't always be that day because the day is always different. But that's kind of not the important part. But what you say about the bunnies and all that, many times the Catholic holidays would come into existence and would be not just celebrating what they mean, which is the birth of Christ, but would also replace a pagan practice that was common for the pagans of that generation. So in the case of Easter, that was a time of springtime, and they had many celebrations to the gods of fertility to make sure that the animals were fertile and had lots of babies to make their farms grow and things like that. So yes, there was probably some, in some way that was meant to abolish the old thinking of the pagan ways and bring forth the new teaching. But the first and foremost is it was established for the purpose it was.
Okay.
This is the resurrection of Jesus. It is new life, but this is the real new life, not the new life of your chickens and your goats.
So summarize what he just said there.
Yeah, he didn't really go into too much detail. I mean, all right, Easter, he's right. The date does change. It's always based on the first Sunday after the first full moon after the equinox. So equinox being March 21st, something like that. It was just the other day. Full moon, the first full moon that comes, so the next full moon, and then it's the first Sunday. That's when Easter Sunday will be. Easter, as he mentioned briefly, it was actually about a fertility ritual where you would fuck like rabbits and just get as many babies as you can. The sad bit, or the evil bit about that was that these babies would then be sacrificed, like what we were talking about to Moloch and stuff like that. So Easter had that deep rooted into it. Well, you could also look at it from the perspective that the Easter hunting, the Easter egg hunt, was actually a form of mushroom foraging back in the day, where mushrooms would sprout Easter time when everything starts to grow, and you would go out looking for mushrooms, which would give you life. Obviously, now we look at it as the death and resurrection of Jesus. However, conversely, when he was talking about Christmas...
Hold on.
Yeah.
So is Easter then a paganistic ritual?
Easter is a paganistic ritual, yeah. And a lot of it is. I mean, even Christianity, which, you know, this is controversial.
I was going to say that, like, the December 25th date aligns with something to do with
With the solstice as well.
But with the what's that? god or demigod.
with Saturnalia.
There's another one that begins with a T. Tammuz? I remember I had like some information on it.
Nimrod? It was to do with Nimrod as well with Christmas.
But anyway, I know it was paganistic.
Yeah.
It was a paganistic date.
There was also a paganistic ritual back in the day called Saturnalia, which again was to do with Saturn, and that was also celebrated on the 25th of December. Christianity, where it gets controversial was Jesus representing sun worshipping, which is what we're talking about, where Jesus being the Son of God, when we're looking at a S-O-N as in like the sun, but the deeper knowledge is that we're actually talking about the sun, S-U-N, as in the big fireball in the sky.
Yeah.
And on the winter solstice meaning solstice, sun staying still, where the sun is observed to hit the lowest point, and that's why we have the shortest day. And it would stop there. It would stand still for 3 days. So the sun would go still for 3 days. On the 21st, you'll have 3 days of darkness, the shortest days. And then on the 24th or the 25th day, it starts to rise again. And so that was representing Jesus, the sun, died, then 3 days later rose again. And so that was the real resurrection of Jesus Christ, of the Son. And obviously, they don't teach us that. Christmas is all about baby Jesus being born, which is obviously, scholars will tell you, no, he wasn't born on these dates. And as I said, it's actually a paganistic ritual for the sun worshipping, which again, I don't think is a bad thing. I mean, the sun gives us energy, it gives us life. And, maybe there is something true to it, just without the sun has the power to turn a seed into an oak tree.
Yeah, I think the bit I probably disagree with is in the past where if there's been any sort of human sacrifice towards the sun and to the moon, and
people take it too far.
That bit I feel like is
you can show appreciation, right?
You can show appreciation and love Mother Nature and love the sun and love the earth and all that stuff. I'm all for it, but
you don't need to throw babies into fire.
Yeah,
that's a bit much. People do take it far, and they're trying to channel in a different energy through that. And with Christmas as well, there was also talks about how you've seen the chrism, raising the chrism. Jim Carrey did a video on it, talk about semen retention and how it goes up your spine. Again, that's symbolic of raising the dead almost, raising your chrism. And then also you got the mushroom analogy where, in the Siberian areas in the north, that they would have these Christmas trees and they would put mushrooms on them. Those mushrooms would dry and then you would eat the mushrooms and that would be your feast. And that's a whole nother thing. The mushroom connection with Santa Claus and the red and the white Amanita muscaria mushroom. But from the religious side, Christmas is actually a pagan thing to do with the solstice. But they don't tell us that, and that's another mass brainwashing. I mean, we've worked retail. We see what Christmas really means now. It's
gluttony, isn't it?
It's gluttony. It's about showing off.
And that's pride. And then what's the 7 deadly sins of
sloth, being lazy. You're going to take the day off, and envy, and wrath, and it's a whole nother thing. And then back to the Easter bit. Easter, again, is another pagan tradition, as he was mentioning. It's a fertility ritual where, you would fuck like rabbits, massive orgies.
But then you'd sacrifice those babies.
That was another thing that I did read. I was like, and then they would have these babies and then you would sacrifice them. Shit. And that's why it's always to do with the kids, isn't it? It would take the kids, put them into give them little eggs and whatnot.
Wow.
Who else does it? It's only the kids doing that, right? Who else is Easter egg hunting?
That's deep, though. That's fucking deep.
It's controversial, but when you dig into it, there's a lot of parallels. I'm not saying, at the end of the day, it's your intentions, right? If you're doing it for the right reasons, you're doing it for the right reasons. But the deeper story has parallels with ancient crazy stuff.
Shit.
But he obviously just brushed up it quickly. He's like, Christmas is that, Easter was this. But it goes deeper, and it's always darker, isn't it?
All right, cool. All right, let's finish the clip off, because that was what you just said there on the back of what he's just said.
Yeah.
I'm just like, because that's a lot of information. I'm just mauling it over, and I'm just thinking, fuck, that's deep.
We'll have to do shorts on it. Maybe like get some videos that can just break it down a little bit.
No, definitely.
Okay. Makes sense. What about, there's a lot of talk about UFOs in the news today.
Yes.
And there seems to be two camps, maybe three camps. There's the camp where people think it's, military industrial complex type companies that have some type of technology that nobody else has access to. There's the camp that thinks that they're actually extraterrestrials. And then there is a camp that's probably growing faster than any of the other ones, which people believe these are some type of spiritual, maybe demonic type of entity. And I've talked to a lot of people about this stuff. Ezekiel gets brought up a lot of times. What do you think is going on with this UFO type stuff? Is it demonic?
I do think that there are countries with advanced military projects that probably could replicate things in the sky that we don't understand. That's for sure. I mean, we know Russia has missiles that we are not caught up on. Hypersonic stuff that, can get, I think it's 20,000 miles an hour or something. That's going to look different in the sky than a plane. But with regard to extraterrestrial beings, so creatures that have an intelligence and a will, there's not a big argument for that in the Bible. When God created everything, everything means everything. So to have a creature that has an intellect and a will would put them on the level of man, because we're the only ones who have an intellect and a will that are created. What do I mean by that? So we have an intelligence that can make deductions and come to conclusions that no other species can do. Dogs can learn something by habit, but they're not deducing, well, if I move the dog bowl 3 feet to the left in the morning, maybe they'll put more food in it. They're not thinking like that. They're just going by habit. But if there's a created being out there that is not talked about in the scriptures, that would be bizarre that God would leave that out for whatever, who knows what reason. And in the Catechism of the Catholic Church, it makes a clear and definitive statement that only man is a creature that was endowed with this ability to know God and choose him of the created order. The angels would be in the same boat, but they don't have material bodies. So once you say that, it rules out all other life forms that would have an intelligence. Sure, there can be bacteria on the moon or something that can grow, but it's not thinking about growing, nor is it trying to take over the moon. So there's a difference there. That's my opinion. But they can inhabit life forms and look like creatures.
Do you think some of these orbs are some type of spiritual entity?
Could be. I mean, think about this. What would be the greatest hoax in the history of the world? And we've been building it up for 60, 70 years with the Star Wars.
False flag alien invasion.
Star Trek, all this stuff. And then finally one day, the president gets on TV and says, we're about to come clean. There is another life form that we have to introduce you to. Here it is. Mm-hmm. And they can speak English and communicate, and they look weird. And they have higher intelligence. Of course they will. They're demonic. And they say, we've come from another galaxy to let you know that you're getting off course and you need to make some adjustments if you want your world to survive. And here's your big problem. Like, we're going to give you some technology to show you that you can have clean energy with all the bells and whistles. Oh, great, let's have that. And then they drop this in. And by the way, there's many other ways to God, not just in the religions that you know. And that's the big sinker where it gets everybody off. They're all untethered from God now. You don't have to do this. Just be kind to one another. You don't have to worship God. That's created more wars in your world than all the good works you could possibly do. Stop doing that. Well, the higher life form just told us we shouldn't do it. And they're clearly ahead of us, so we better listen to them. Like, people would go for it hook, line, and sinker because they're not tethered to the one true God. They're not getting their face in the Bible every day, studying the scriptures and learning what he really said and what is the only way to eternal life. Jesus said, I am the way, not a way. So once you call God a liar, then I can't relate to you anymore. We're not going to have a discussion.
Do you think any of these entities could be for good?
If they're demonic, no. They only have one goal, and that's they can't hurt God anymore. They could hurt Jesus in the person when he walked the planet, but he's untouchable now. So the only way they get back at us or back at God is by hurting his children. That's their only mission. You know, in the 12th book of Revelation, it says the devil went off to make war against the woman and her offspring, those who follow the laws of God and bear testimony to Jesus Christ. That's a very small population of the planet. Even among Christians, you know, as we've discussed, not everybody's following God's will, and not everybody's giving a testimony to Jesus.
I guess what I'm also referring to is I'm sorry, I did not understand the Ezekiel passages. And so I'm kind of asking you, it sounded like that, I'll just let you go into it. You would know more about that than...
But what is the passage? I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, apparently there is I don't know it, but there is a part in Ezekiel where it sounds like some type of a UFO encounter, but it makes it sound like it's actually an angel.
I don't know.
So that's
I don't know what that is. It's not the dry bones, is it? He says, prophesy over these bones, and they start growing sinew and muscle, and then the flesh comes. Then he says,
that's not it. That's not it. I wish I had it.
Well, okay, those creatures have 6 wings, and they move only backward and forward, and they don't spin or turn their head. And they have human faces, but then the eagle is one side of their head, the lion is one side of the... So they definitely don't look like orbs.
Okay.
And it says that when they move, the sound of them is like rushing water. It's so loud. So it's a very definitive description that you can't just carve out, well, we don't really hear any noise, but it still could be them. Or maybe it's just a light ball. No, these things had all sorts of things going on that were very unique. If you see them, then you can start thinking maybe Jesus is coming back.
Okay.
But that'll look a lot different than an orb.
Okay. Well, I chew on my jelly beans right here.
Said some real stuff.
Yeah. Would you? How you?
Like with the UFO stuff, you know, I think they probably are more spiritual, maybe even demonic beings, and the outcome that he gave, you know, these higher beings will come, and then the president will be like, look, they're going to give us some technology and they're going to help us. And then they say, oh yeah, but
Forget God.
I see that happening.
But that's something
very.
That's something I've said for years. It's going to happen.
Yeah. I think that's what's going to, and these,
that's the whole point of the UFOs.
Yeah. The fake hoax. And I think that's probably what's going to happen. I don't believe that they're from outer space or anything like that. Or do you think these aliens are demonic entities? Well,
from what I understand, originally NASA was studying the oceans. And this is the conspiracy theory. I'm going to put it out there. NASA started with the oceans. Apparently found something they didn't like, or saw something they didn't like, and then averted their attention to the skies. Which obviously, if you're into flat Earth like Treble is, there is no space. There's no way to get to that past the firmament, right? And all religious scriptures talk about flat Earth anyway, yeah, including one in particular, which is is actually taught to this day, which is obviously the Jewish belief that
just look into the Sheol,
but like. And then NASA averted its attention. But then remember we did our very first episode, which was Joe Rogan and Tucker Carlson talking about UAPs and UFOs and all that. And where Tucker was saying when he was breaking out the information and research he had dug up, and the people he spoke to, he's saying they come from the oceans. They don't come from above. So
yeah, I mean, people forget that there's UFOs, and then there's equally the USO, the unidentified submersive objects, and There's a lot of those. But we don't hear about them.
I remember,
They know about them.
something like 80% of the ocean has not been discovered, man. You got to remember that.
So yeah,
Something like that, 80%. It varies. Some
I think they said that they've mapped only 5%, so that would be 95%.
Yeah. The number varies depending on who you do.
And it's changing.
Some say it's 85% is undiscovered. Some say 80% is undiscovered. The most say that 95% is. We've only mapped and seen only 5% of the ocean. We don't know what's in the rest of it, and we don't know how deep some of them go. I know people talk about the Mariana Trench, which is in the Pacific, which is guarded by the US Navy. Wonder why. There's got to be something down there. So whether NASA saw something down there, which hasn't quite come out, although I got to do a little on my own channel, I'm going to do a little Seaspiracy video about that because there's some deep stuff which ties into a lot of biblical and mythical stories as well. But yeah, I agree with him. I agree with him 100%. We've said it from day one, which is the whole idea about UAPs and UFOs and aliens is they're going to come in and they say, wow, look at this. This is what we can give you. And you know what? Forget God. God doesn't exist, but they're actually demonic, spiritual. It's a spiritual thing. There's some sort of spiritual connection to all of this. And these guys are coming. They come from the ocean and
or the outer lands and
exactly, and stuff like that. Yeah, or even that. So I definitely agree with him on that bit.
But even with these biblical angels,
he's even saying like about Ezekiel there, and you saw. Obviously, I made sure I put on the clip there. Obviously, what he's referring to, the verse he's referring to. That there's a bit in the Bible in Ezekiel that where they talk about what looks like or sounds like a UAP, UFO, whatever you want to call it. And he's kind of like shutting that down, I felt like a little bit.
But that Ezekiel's wheel, I think he didn't really mention it, but on the wheels, there was loads of eyes dotted around it.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah.
So it was like 100 eyes on this spinning wheel floating in space. And, you know, they're saying that's what the biblical angel would look like. I also think that's probably just like a DMT alien. I've seen something on TikTok where someone was doing a little quick short video on angels, right? And this, what you're referencing, where this angel has all these eyes on it. All these eyes, yeah.
It begins with an S, Sepium, Sepium or something like that. Yeah. But apparently that's an angel that sits above the archangels. So everyone refers to the archangels as and how strong they are, but like nothing compared to these angels that sit above the archangels, and they don't even look human. Like archangels look human, with wings, right? These don't even look. They look like completely different beings altogether, with all these eyes around them. Yeah, I was like, wow, okay.
And I think that's what we're going to start seeing as well with these modern day UFOs and UAPs, and that we're actually just looking at biblical angels and DMT aliens and stuff.
Shit. All right, let's move on to the next clip, which is we've got two more to go. The next one is about missing scriptures from the Bible.
Okay, interesting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think there's a possibility that any of the scriptures have been held from the Bible or have been pulled through thousands of years that we're unaware of?
No. Well, it depends what Bible you have. Do you have Catholic Bible?
I have a lot of Bibles. I have a Catholic.
The Catholic Bible has 7 books in it that the Protestant Bible doesn't have. Do you know Maccabees?
No.
Oh, Maccabees, man, will be your book.
All right.
Oh, man, these are warriors.
I'll check it out.
Warriors. And they will fight to the death for their faith and their country.
There are a lot of people that think that the Bible will become solely digital, and that
terrible problem,
and that things will begin to be pulled out of that. And so I know people that are stocking warehouses full of Bibles in preparation.
I say it on my radio show at least once a month. Go get yourself a paper Bible printed by a reputable company, and also a catechism of the church, because you don't know what you're looking at when you pull up something on the computer. Is that really what it says? Or is it something that sounds a little bit different than that? Mm-hmm. Or is it gone completely? Mm-hmm. Those days are coming. Are you kidding with AI?
Is evil, Satan, are they working through technology and
100%.
AI? How so?
Since the dawn of technology, they've been working through technology. I mean, they manipulate everything. When I'm trying to print out a homily, the computer will suddenly jam up. It happens all the time. Anything that's going to expand God's kingdom, the computer just stops printing. And I have to say, in the name of Jesus Christ, I bind all spirits of blockage and games off this computer and this printer and send you to the foot of the cross, never to return here again. And then prints out. Things break in the home all the time. The lights will go out for no reason. And I spend a lot of the day just casting stuff out and things get back up. There's a Monsignor I know in DC who's an excellent exorcist. He does it full time. They text him. The demons text him.
What do they text him?
They send blasphemies. They say horrible things about Jesus and Mary. They talk about some of his cases. Like, this victim is never going to, they're ours forever. You can't have them. And they'll try to call that number on the phone, and it's a non-working number.
Wow.
Yeah, they do this. So imagine if they're doing that. Imagine the field day they could have with AI. You already don't know what's generating it.
Yeah. It scares the hell out of me, to be honest with you, what that could develop into.
Yeah. I mean, if these computers are actually learning, if they're learning and they're going to bypass humans, that doesn't pose well. If they're being manipulated by a side that hates humanity, that's not good. You know, go back to that old movie, War Games. Like, that's got to be like 40 years old by now. But back in the day, you know, this kid could be playing a little computer game and suddenly he's tapped into like the nuclear codes, and through a mistake is going to start a world war by accident. Well, it's a nice story with a precocious kid. But now imagine that these computer intelligence can go into anything, including the military, or another country that we don't trust. They send one missile, we're going to assume it's for our harm, and we're going to have to defend ourselves. Yeah, it is dangerous.
What about social media?
I don't like it for very specific reasons. So Instagram is basically peddling envy. Twitter's peddling anger, and Facebook's basically just selling you. And for all those reasons, I don't like it. And particularly for the children. I worry so much for the teenagers and the up-and-coming teenagers, because if that's where you're going to get most of your information, it's mostly going to be false. And it's going to create, like, again, if you don't know who you are, and most teenagers don't know who they are yet, the world's going to redefine you, and it's going to tell you you're something you're not, and that you're not worthy, you're not good enough, you're not pretty enough, you're not smart enough, you're not wealthy enough. Oh, when I was a kid, we watched shows like The Brady Bunch and I Love Lucy. And although they weren't, exactly our lives, they were pretty close. Like, they lived in modest, the Brady Bunch house was supposed to be amazing in the day. It's really not that amazing. I Love Lucy, they had 2 bedrooms. And they slept in separate beds because that's the day. But it wasn't like there was envy over their lifestyles. Like, we could relate to them. Mm-hmm. Like, we get it. Today, when the kids are watching TV, it's all these mega millionaires in their big mansions with their private boats and their yachts and their airplanes. And they turn off the program and they think, my life is terrible. I don't have anything. And it's really not true, because almost 2 billion people on the planet don't live in a home. They sleep outside and they have to scavenger for food, and they don't have running water. Like, compare yourself to them. And we are living like kings. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So there's been a whole culture of ingratitude by envy that's created through social media and Hollywood.
That's very true. Dom Razzo, the same guy that gave me that rosary, told me that he thought that the iPhone was the forbidden fruit. And then if you look at the
logo is very interesting. It is.
That's what he said.
Accidental? I don't think so.
Do you see a lot of symbolism in the world today? Like what we're talking about?
Well, there was a period of time up until maybe 10 or 15 years ago that the devil really tried to remain hidden. And his biggest deception was to convince people he didn't exist. And that went on for a long time, where people were just like, oh, that's just not real, that's fake. You know, even the head of the Jesuit order right now, the current head, you know, it was just a couple of years ago, he came out and said, the devil's not a real person, it's just it's an idea, it's not real. I'm sorry, Jesus didn't go into the desert and do battle with an idea. I think he was face to face with a man or a person. So even in, you know, the highest levels of religious life in the world, who also from their community, we have a pope. And apparently that guy didn't believe the devil was a real person. So it's an odd time. Where are we going with this?
Symbolism.
Oh, the symbolism. Okay, so, but in the last 15 years, it is all out. I'm alive and well and with you, and I'm proud to be Satan. Worship me, right? We see it at the Super Bowl halftime performances, all these award shows. I mean, it's everywhere, and it's so blatant. And the concerts.
What are some of the specific symbols you're saying?
Pentagrams, upside down crucifixes. The Ouija board is everywhere. I was just in a city, the suburb of Pittsburgh. They go, you know, just down the road is the largest Ouija board in the world. It's the whole roof of a hotel. And I'm like, I don't need to see that. But it's growing in popularity. People are getting, and we're coming up on the worst season of the year. So Halloween is the devil's holy day. That's his day. People get angry with me. They say, Father, it's just kids putting on costumes, trick-or-treating. No, not really, because you're really participating in his day. And why would you want to participate in anything that's giving glory to the devil? I had a couple of families in the last parish leave the school, withdrew from the school because we didn't have Halloween in the school. And I'm like, this is your hill you're going to die on, is Halloween? Like, you're not going to do well in what's coming in the future if this is your big thing. Mm-hmm. They left. In New York City, where I'm from, there was an exorcist there when I was on Wall Street. After my conversion, I met with him. His name was Father James Labar, God rest his soul, pioneer exorcist of our day. And he told me that Halloween's the most dangerous season of the year for the homeless. I'm like, well, why is that? Are they eating bad candy? What's going on here? He's like, no. They have these vans that come around and they tell the homeless they're going to take them to a shelter. They've got whole big meals set up for them and showers, and they can wash their clothes and all this. And a lot of them get in the vans and go. And then they tie them up and they hold them for the 31st. And then they sacrifice them on the evening of Halloween to the devil. And it's like a perfect crime because nobody's looking for them.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, it's a big deal. It's a real thing. There is a video on YouTube, which I'm shocked it hasn't been pulled down, because it's a guy about 20 years old who was raised in an occult family, and he was groomed to become the chief witch that was going to execute a girl on Halloween and offer her to the devil. And he went through with it, and he talks about it face to face with the interviewer, who's from some Christian network. And he says, you know, it's all part of the ceremony. This is to get more power. We have to offer them a human life. And so it's usually a young woman.
What kind of power do they get?
More demonic power, so they can have more influence, so they can have more wealth, they can have more success. But it's only fleeting. It's not forever. And then, of course, at the end of life, there's a big problem. Getting out.
All right, so let's start off.
Yeah, that was a long one.
Missing scriptures. He didn't really say a lot about it. Just denied it, really, didn't he?
Yeah. The thing is, this is where I get into debates with Christians, is that they say the Bible is complete, nothing is changed, nothing is taken out. But obviously, I do believe that.
Well, no, we've just discussed it. You followed a scripture for 300 or 400 years and then came up with the Bible.
Yep.
But then you've taken the book of Enoch out, which you've touched on.
Yep.
we've also touched on the fact that the King James Bible was a rewritten
Different
version
translations, yeah.
of or different translation of the Bible. So there's been edits.
Yeah, but the Christians will say it's perfect. And I was expecting him to either say no, nothing, it's perfect, but he didn't really touch on it. I mean, he missed out that there was this 3rd century Council of Nicaea where the queen at the time, or the king's wife, wanted to get rid of reincarnation from the Bible.
Yeah.
And she asked the Pope to get rid of it, and the Pope said, no, I'm not changing anything. He dies, gets killed off. And she asked the next one. The next one said, no, I'm not changing anything. He also gets popped off. And I think it was the 3rd Pope. I was like, okay.
because of the first two.
Yeah, and he takes out the scriptures that talk about reincarnation. And you got to remember, at the time, people can't read or write. Only the elites or the priests could read and write. And so there wasn't that many copies of the Bible around. And then they would have to teach it, and then it would all be through word of mouth. Only until recently, with the printing press, did all of a sudden...
Do you think that was with most religions, though?
With most religions,
It would have been, wouldn't it? Because
for sure.
A lot of people would have been illiterate.
Yeah.
Yeah, but go on, sorry.
Yeah, so a lot of people would have been illiterate, and they wouldn't have been able to read. So it was actually very easy to take a couple scriptures out, and most people wouldn't notice. But he didn't really mention that.
Next bit he talked about was they talked about was AI.
AI, yeah, look, AI is
demons working through AI.
We're gonna have to do a whole topic on that. AI is
technology.
One. I do see that happening, and I think it is machine learning, and we're inputting, we're feeding it, and I think, or I feel at least,
well, the powers that be are feeding it. But our use of it is feeding it as well. Every time you do a Google search, every time you use ChatGPT or something, you're feeding it with your own thought and information. As a user, you've inputted a question, and these AI models are hearing user has inputted a question, so we have fed it with our details, with our information, and it's an unstoppable thing, though. Yeah,
I don't know how it's going to play out. I don't know. I don't know. AI is something that we'll have to do a whole episode.
Well, I saw a clip the other day of someone talking about AI, and the guy said, "It's Terminator time."
Yeah,
literally what he said. He goes, "What do you think is going to happen? Artificial intelligence will learn for itself." I saw another clip where, and it actually plays the two AIs talking to each other. And they're talking in English, and so it's a male voice and a female voice, and the female voice says, "Hi, da 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 da." She goes, "Would you like to switch to some?" She says some other language of their own.
Yeah,
their
I
own
don't know
language.
if that was legit though. And they
no,
start going, beep, 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 beep,
but
beep,
don't you remember last year when Facebook's AI was talking in its own language?
That's crazy.
And communicating in its own language. It formulated its own language.
It starts talking to the other
and
AI.
they had to shut it down and reprogram it.
It's going to happen, man.
So
I think it is Terminator time, though. It's iRobot.
That's literally what he's like. Look at Elon Musk's display last year of his new vans and cars. The vans where the robots came out of were like miniature versions, I kid you not, of iRobot. So in the movie, the trucks, or whatever you want to call them,
the truck
that have the robots on there, was the same one but a smaller version.
It's all symbolic, isn't it? They planted that seed already.
It's mad, isn't it?
Yeah, AI is unavoidable. I mean, he also touched on social media. I agree, social media has fucked up the world, and especially the young generation, the teenagers and the young adults and children now. As he said, it invites envy, it invites jealousy. It's a distraction, and it's not good. Social media. I try and jump off social media, but it's tough.
It invites all those, again, seven deadly sins.
Yeah, lazy,
envy, gluttony, pride, all of it, right? Envy, jealousy, all that stuff. He also touched on on Apple.
Yeah, I was going to mention that at the Adam and Eve conversation earlier.
Yeah,
how the Apple logo is a apple with a bite taken out of it. Apparently, Steve Jobs even came up with that idea while he was on acid, when he was on LSD.
Oh shit!
So that's another maybe there is something deeper going on. But he came up with that logo, and is it the forbidden fruit? And this is the knowledge you have a supercomputer in your hands with the
It's
product.
really weird though, because in the have you ever watched the Steve Jobs the movie?
No, is it good?
Jobs
Yeah.
with what's his name, Fassbender in it. Not the one with Kutcher, the one with Fassbender, the last one that got.
Yeah, I have not seen it.
So
but
at one of his launches, his last launch, basically it shows 3 launches of his product and what went on around that time and stuff. It was really good the way they did it. And on the last one, there's a picture of someone up there. I can't remember his name though now, yeah. And he's talking to a journalist who's walking with him. And the journalist says, he goes, didn't he die from a poison, like taking a bite out of a poison apple? He goes, is that the reason why you've... Because this guy had something to do with technology or something, or some sort of scientist or something. He goes, no. He goes, but wouldn't that have been a great story? And then you think about it, well, Eve bites that apple. Is essentially, you're, according to the Bible and the Abrahamic religions, it's in a sense she's taken poison, in a sense that the serpent's giving her, like, take that. And it is a form of poison. It doesn't kill her, but it
was forbidden, right?
Yeah.
In the scripture, they say it's a forbidden thing.
So it's interesting, isn't it, with Apple and that logo, man? Like, you think,
what's it about? And I think the original apple was like to do with gravity. Like it was an apple falling from a tree.
Was it?
I think the
Was that
original, yeah.
Was that how he worked out? He came up with a theory of gravity or whatever after that, didn't he?
But we all know that.
I know what you're going to say.
Yeah, the original Apple computer, I don't know if the people can see, well, people can't see it, but if you just type in the original Apple logo, it was about Newton with Apple dropping. But we all know Newton's part of a secret club that have lied to us about a lot of stuff. But have information in it.
But I can't disagree with some of the stuff he was saying there.
Technology
and didn't touch much on the books and symbolism, but definitely technology, social media, demons working through that, controlling us, making us the lazy shit couch potatoes that we are now.
Yeah.
But yeah, it goes deep, man. I think a lot of these, we could probably do a whole podcast on just one of these
topics,
for sure. We're cramming it into one quickly, but it was interesting to see his point from a priest point of view, how he's seeing all of that. All right, let's move on to...
Well, he also talked about Halloween at the end.
Oh, shit, yeah. Forgot about that
and
as well.
That one is a little bit more controversial because, like, I see what he's trying to say, but at the same time, I don't think Halloween...
That's why I don't celebrate Halloween.
But I don't... I think it depends, though, because Halloween, yes, it's a portal. Yes, it's probably one of the most significant days in the year. But I can't agree that it's purely demonic. I don't believe that. So in the pagan tradition, yes, Halloween is Samhain, which is the new year. It's the start of the day.
But do they do
start of the year?
Human sacrifices?
People do human sacrifices. Doesn't mean that
Halloween.
the day on Halloween.
Yeah, the Druids, didn't they do that?
I don't know if they might have, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that day is a demonic day. If people choose to do something that's demonic, then that's a demonic action in itself. But to say that this one day is purely demonic. Obviously, he talked about trick-or-treating. I get that. You know, if you're dressing up, you're taking part in a ritual right there, you know, dressing up as a
ghoul or whatever.
As a ghoul and, you know, knocking on doors for candy and stuff. I get that might have a deeper intention, just like how we were talking about Easter, you know, Easter egg hunting and stuff like that. There is a deeper story that goes behind it. Same with Halloween. But to say Halloween itself is purely demonic, I have to disagree. Because it's not that black and white.
Yeah, I'm not taking a risk.
Fair enough, but we're not asking you to celebrate by, you know, lighting up stuff and praying to demons and shit. But if you were to understand that Halloween is a spiritual day, I mean, Halloween is all about the harvest. That's why the Grim Reaper has a scathe, because it's all about harvesting what you've sown from the previous year and then setting your intentions for the new year. So the new year starts in Easter, and then Halloween is another new year.
That's another one you can go into as well, because like a lot of people say that as well, that April 1st is the new year, or April is the first month of the year, and it's like, well, they've added in.
Yeah, they've changed the dates and the Gregorian calendar. I mean, April 1st was that's why the financial calendar is still to do with starting in April, the fiscal year, and when they changed the dates, anyone who still considered the 1st of April to be the new year was a fool. Hence April Fool's Day. So that's why we say April Fool's on the 1st. It's because people still were using the old calendar. But the old calendar is the real calendar. And the one I mentioned earlier at the beginning of the episode about syncretism and synchronicity, using the dates and the astrological alignments can help you further your life and further connect you with the universe. Halloween is one of those dates. If you want to use that for negative, the door is very much open, but I do believe that you can also use that to propel yourself forward as well.
Okay, cool. All right, let's do the last clip. I think he's still talking about symbolism in this one, or within the world. So let's see what else he has to say, yeah?
Wow. Ben, would you say your friend was a pioneer exorcist? What does that mean? How was he a pioneer?
Because for a while, the church just stopped it. There was really no exorcism happening. I remember when I first came back to the church, my friend, Father Benedict Rochelle, he told me, I had said to him one day, I said, there was something crazy happening in the church. I can't remember what it was, but it wasn't off the charts, but it was something stupid. And I go, why does this stuff keep happening? Why is it so messed up? The church seems to be a complete mess a lot of the time. And he says, I'll tell you why. He says, because in America, we have 2,500 canon lawyers and 11 exorcists. That number should be reversed. No disrespect to the canon lawyers who are watching. We need you, we love you. But he makes a point. If evil's having its day, we need to be more offensive in fighting it.
I think my last question is, at the beginning of this, you had mentioned that demons, you had mentioned some type of a reference where you said demons are very much like lawyers or attorneys. And I've heard similar things before. Could you expound on that a little bit and explain why that is?
Because when God set up the world and creation and the universe, including the spiritual aspects, there's a divine providence that governs everything. And in as much as we can understand it, and they understand it more because they're smarter than we are, basically, when we live our lives loving and obeying God and his laws, basically we're protected from the supernatural power of the enemy. The natural power is temptation. We're all subject to that through the original sin and through concupiscence that we're all saddled with. But from the supernatural works of the enemy, usually we're protected. Now, in very rare cases, like Padre Pio and St. John Vianney and St. Anthony in the Desert, when they can't get their soul, they can just physically attack them. And so many of these saints were beaten during the night. And you would say, well, why does God allow that? Well, he allows it to bring forth a greater good. What would the greater good be? That those saints knew that what was happening, and they would be offering that to Jesus and uniting to his cross to convert their sufferings into grace to save more souls. And so in every attack the enemy throws at us, we have the power to overcome him by uniting to Jesus' cross and converting our trials into grace to rescue more souls back from the enemy. The problem is most people don't do this, and the enemy winds up winning that battle because they don't fight back. And in some cases, they use the enemy's tactics to get revenge. But that's a side story. So, again, we were talking about
legalities.
The legal aspects. Okay, I'm getting a little bit brain fog. It's been a few hours. So they know they don't have domain over us because we have free will. We have to choose to go against God to open up a door that they can come in. And that's what they do. And they're very patient. They're patient, legalistic spirits. And they just wait and they wait. So they throw out a little mild temptation to open a little bit of crack. And then once they get in there, they throw another temptation to open it wider. And all of a sudden they have, some guy on a rabbit hole in pornography for 3 hours going down this rabbit hole. And then eventually going out and acquiring a hooker for, gratuitous sex. And now they own him. Till he gets free, they own him. And they know their legal limits. The minute he repents and asks for God's absolution and mercy, they kind of have to go. And they know that too. So they kind of keep you away from getting back to God. And they'll put roadblocks in your path, and they'll make excuses, and they'll feed you all these lies to get you convinced it's not worth it, just stay where you are. But they work the system, and they know how to do it. I mean, these things have been around since creation, watching humans. And I know we all like to think we're special and unique, but we're really not. And they've been watching us for thousands and thousands of years, and they know how the human person works. And you gotta, unless you're under God's protection and He's watching out for you, you're never gonna beat Him, because they're a lot stronger than us. But on the flip side, you plus Jesus always equals victory. If you want to put it in simple terms, that's it. You plus Jesus will always equal victory, and you never have to be afraid.
All right, not quite about symbolism. Got the clips messed up, my bad. But what do you think of what he said?
Yeah, it's powerful stuff. I think you do have to accept God. If you want to get away from the evil, I think going the spiritual route, which is the belief in God and accepting Him and building a relationship with God, is the right way. Like we've had episodes on porn, for example. I've battled with it, battling with it, and finding God and choosing to ask God for help and guidance in it is probably the only real way out of it. So I get that, and like you said at the end, you plus Jesus is the way to get saving. So
I think with my prayers, I always ask God for forgiveness for things that I've done, maybe past or present, unintentionally even. Do you know what I mean? Even now, because like I say, every day we sin, we do something that might be considered sinful. And you may not even realize you're doing something that's sinful. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I always think that it shouldn't be something that you just ask when you feel like you've done something sinful. It should be something you should ask for every day. If you're repeating that every day to God and God's hearing you, right, okay, cool. You probably you weren't aware that you did something there that's not quite right. But in time you're going to learn.
Yeah.
Because He's going to teach you at some point, right? I think we do learn. I feel like I'm always learning that end of things. No matter how much knowledge I obtain from, research, watching videos and documentaries and stuff. But yeah, I definitely agree. I think the world right now, there's a lot of people on this planet right now who could do with turning to God and actually building a relationship with God.
It's a God as well at the moment, and I think that's the real problem. That's the cause of all the suffering and the degeneracy.
And the thing is, even those that do believe in God,
they don't really
believe. Do they really believe in God? I feel like they believe in God for the wrong reasons.
Yeah, too much heaven on their minds.
Yeah, like out of fear, or they feel like if I believe in God and God will give me the things I want, and it doesn't. It's the wrong reasons. Whereas my prayers are always, you look at my prayers, it's more about gratitude, thanking God for what I've got, what He's done for me throughout my life. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I ask Him to protect the ones that I love, my friends, close friends, family, and all that sort of stuff. Do you know what I mean? You ask for, and then you're grateful for things as well. I don't think there's some things I ask for, which is just to continue to give me strength and courage. Because obviously we did an episode of mental health, and I've had my battles with that. So I ask for that courage and that strength to keep going through and fighting through those moments. And it's an ongoing battle. It's always going to be there, especially for us men. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Especially right now with the war on men, because it is a war on men. But I think there's a lot of people out there who are turning to God in the hope that they'll get money and materialistic things and the happy life, and it doesn't work like that, man. Like God puts you through pain and suffering for a reason, because He's trying to build you up and make you strong. And I think a lot of people don't realize that. Like, I've realized it a long time ago, and I thought, yo, man, God's put me through all these things to toughen me up. Embrace it, accept it. Don't get upset and sad about it. You're still here.
Yeah.
So clearly it's worked. My battles with testicular cancer, my upbringing, all the things which we've touched on before.
Yeah.
And yeah, God did that to me. And people are probably thinking, well, why would God do that to you? To make you strong. That's why. And this is why I don't believe. I believe a lot of people still don't understand how God works.
Yeah.
And they don't get it.
And
when the pain and the suffering comes, they're like, oh, God doesn't exist. Why did He put me through this? Because you had no faith in God. God put you haven't passed His test.
As we said, pain will make you grow.
But it's a test as well, isn't it? He's
yeah.
testing you. He's saying, like, are you going to get stronger? Are you going to be a positive person and still feel, yeah, I can still get through these things and still have faith in me? Or are you going to start blaming me and making excuses now for behaving in the incorrect way and living your life incorrectly? Because, there's no God, there can't be, I can do whatever I want. Which a lot of people probably have gone through painful experiences and say, there's no God, I do what I want.
Yeah.
And then we live in this world now where I feel like there's so many narcissists running around now. It's mad. There's so many of them. It's crazy. And it feels like the other side is starting to tap into a lot of people who have turned their back on God.
Yeah.
That's the way I see it anyway.
No, it's evident.
You can see it all around you.
You can see it all around.
And I'm just trying to put myself in a place now personally, which is I'm just trying to get closer to God. Even, I do one prayer in the morning, but yes, I think about God all day long. It's always in my mind.
You have to build that relationship with God, yeah.
That God's there. And even in my head, like sometimes I'm talking to God. So
Powerful stuff.
it is, I think it is. And I think it's the way to go for everyone, but we can only look out for ourselves and try and help others. But if you don't want to learn, you don't want to learn, you don't want to accept it, you don't want to accept it, right? You've got to find your own journey back.
I think we can definitely do it. We can have another conversation on how to build a relationship with God. Because it's important.
I think a lot of people make it difficult. It's not.
Yeah. It's not.
I don't think it is. Just giving yourself, it's like giving yourself to your wife or your children. It's the same thing. You're just giving yourself to God.
It's also that trust in the...
Yeah. Like we've had conversations there where we've questioned certain things, but both of us agree there is a creator. There's an ultimate supreme creator, whether how you look at it or if you look at it my way, which is there is just a creator and that's it. There's nothing in between. But I think most people who are religious would say, yeah, there's one God, there's one creator, and that's it.
But as I said, like there is a growing population where people are turning their backs or, not even acknowledging that there is a creator, with the atheism and the scientism and that's where the degeneracy is kicking in, I think, or I feel at least. Yeah,
I think so too. I think if you look at most atheists, and I'm not saying that there are atheists out there, they're all bad. I'm sure there's a few out there who are good people, good parts, do good things and stuff like that, because I don't want to knock it like that. But when you look at it, there's probably a lot of them out there, atheists out there, are atheists because then they're like, I could do what I want. There's no consequences, there's no karma, there's no wrath of God or anything like that.
Yeah.
Get it? But you'll find out soon enough, I suppose. Anyway, man, that was a deep conversation, man.
It's a deep one, yeah.
All right, we're going to leave it at that. Listen, guys, yeah, if you enjoyed the content, like, share, subscribe. We need the help. We've got 22 subscribers. We're still going. When did we start? Last year?
April, I think.
April?
End of April, May.
April, May, something like that.
Yeah.
So, we put a lot of content up in the meantime. But definitely still need your support. So if you are listening to us, if you are subscribed to us, and you're listening to our long form content, then please share the content because YouTube isn't going to work in our favor because of the things we talk about and how deep we go with it all. Also, check out my other channel, Cypher Talks 1, where I do short form content. I'm really just starting that. Treble's going to kick off his own one as well soon.
Yeah, let's see.
Treble Talks as well. So more focusing on short form content that we can then perhaps use and talk about into the long form content here on that one random podcast. But like I said, like, share and subscribe. Until next time, I'm Cypher.
I'm Treble.
And we out.
Peace.